Anybody who is coming should pass the MP.
Even 1,500. But in a month, why do you discontinue all the court cases against people who are in charge of corruption?
Yeah, Nole Prosekai. AG has the power to do that.
So, are you going to arrest your political opponents?
If there is...
Let me give you an example. A contract is awarded for $200 million for 5,000 houses.
Yes.
It turns out that you have not been able to do even 1,500 houses for people to occupy. Somebody is going to court. You discontinue with the case. And yes, sir. And Ochina, you are going to arrest another person because that person belongs to another political party. How will people take you? You go and Obi work case say we transfer 450 million Ghana cedi into a bank that he knew was collapsing, and that money has gone to the drain. The next day you make him governor of the Bank of Ghana. The governor of the Bank of Ghana. How do you expect the international community to look at that person? Or China, you're going to arrest somebody because that person is an MPP member. Will you have the moral justification to do that? I've just shown you the lands that NDC people and including members of parliament need some ministers and those kind of things. You are arresting the MPP people because will you have the moral justification to do that? Tamale Calendar Park, yes. you gave out, it was state land, you gave all those land during the NDC time, and Ochina, you are coming to arrest somebody because you claim say he also gave out land during his time. Will you have the moral justification to do that? You gave out aviation lands, and then Ochina, you come and say oh, you are arresting MP people because they also gave out state lands. Will you have the moral justification to do that? You gave out Botima lands to some people, including current members of parliament and current ministers. Some of them are ministers. And tomorrow you say you are coming to arrest an MPP person and you've discontinued cases. Cases say, let the law go and let the law set the person free.
Yeah, but as part of the due process of law is the fact that the AG has powers to discontinue or withdraw cases.
You can continue or you can discontinue or withdraw cases. Meaning,
Yes. And he doesn't have to explain to anyone.
But that's a wrong thing to do.
Yeah, that's what
AG no prosecute another person because only they are MPP member and that's all CPP member. But does he have the justification to be able to do that? Moral standing to be able to do that? Be a charge will be for causing financial loss with all the cases. You don't allow the court to decide who they because of what power say me prosecute the next day you can catch a political opponent say who the near court. Will you have the moral justification to do that? Will you? Will you? We are all Ghanaians, and yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, Baku dear, because or you're a party member, you can just no possible case where me but Ochina go and catch an MPP member because only the MPP member. So if MPP comes to power, they also discontinue. Is that what you want? Is that how you are going to run the country?
In the Republic versus Ato Forsen and Richard Japa, the Attorney General withdrew an appeal to the Supreme Court against the split decision of the Court of Appeal acquitting the accused person. These people face different charges, including fraudulent breach of trust, money laundering, conspiracy to commit crime, and violations of the Bank of Ghana Act. Again, they were also accused, some of them were accused of defrauding by false pretenses, wastefully causing financial loss to the state, money laundering, corruption by public office, and conspiracy to cause harm, conspiracy to assault public officers, and the rest. We say that this NDC government act of clearing and whitewashing leading members of the NDC of financial crimes is unprecedented. Because when the Kufuor government left office, nothing of the sort happened. Indeed, none of the Attorney General appointed by President Akufo-Addo withdrew any criminal case pending against leading members of the NPP in the manner in which His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and his Attorney General is doing. What is happening now, clearly, is deplorable and has a tendency to result in a lack of confidence in the administration of justice. It shows that there is one form of justice for the ordinary Ghanaian on the street who is unlucky to steal, and another for NDC leading member who steals and causes gargantuan loss to the state. The politics of expediency informing the actions of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's new Attorney General must therefore stop. We now live in a country where former NDC officials are treated differently from other Ghanaians. Fellow Ghanaians, please, if you are facing any criminal prosecution, if you are listening to me, and you are facing any criminal prosecution, go to the AG's office. Ask for the charges to be dropped, as they have done for these people. In fact, when they were questioned about this, they said that some of the cases, they've been in the courts for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. And so it is right for them to be, withdrawn. What are we laying a new policy? Is that what our criminal jurisprudence is up to right now? That when a case is 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, or even 7 years in the court, the cases should be withdrawn. Now, if this is the new jurisprudence, then the people of Ghana, listen to me. If you are facing any criminal prosecution in any of our courts, and it's 4 years old, it is 5 years old, it is 6 years old, it is 7 years old, 8 years or 9 years, then the new criminal jurisprudence in Ghana is that such cases must be withdrawn. Go to your AG's office and ask all charges against you to be withdrawn. Thank you very much.
Abusianfo me mamu nyina akwa abasononko edeba RAZ Media GH so abusia babia obia nyankopon shalom 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 nyankopon enka wo ho ye na onye wo kase me da wanse enso se waba na onime ebdi juma ene eye another beautiful day. RAZ Media abusianfo ene Kennedy or hene Agyapong Junior ni yes yɛhyɛ mu wɔ ha yɛne mu nyinaa bɛdi nkɔmmɔ ni abɛtoto adwene ni afa adwene na yɛayɛ deɛ ɛsɛ ne fata na yɛde nsɛm a ɛkɔ so wɔ man Ghana mu ɛde aba ɛnɛ yɛbɛkasa fa nsɛm ahodoɔ bebree ho sɛdeɛ mu nyinaa mu nim no yes yɛbɛkasa afa John Dramani Mahama ne Attorney General nsɛmfo a mu di ne wɔ Ghana man mu yeah the first one we are near Kasa Afa Sabio Yura Rollins and Sembinuma or no Ghana Maimoa a man fires or move free. You wouldn't free kura yet Tarator a jar if you are taught and then a young ye a fay near Baya Huajuma ye pa Yabaya Huajuma Manako Aqua Kodru Babia Esse Nefata say I was in Conkodru. Yamfa ni agro nti de mesre wa ne se o hwemi a bo modern se obe share video no ama nipa na amanfo se amanfo nso ebeba wona wonyanya alarm se maba obe share obe like video no wa pushi wonya subscribe o yenso a obe ye what na wa subscribe channel we so se de be eba life wa obeye aware say I about life no abe join ye se de medical catch on me ene Mr. Mafo ha RAZ Media GH on YouTube and Kennedy Agyapong Junior on Facebook. Abusia yensha se na yen dive into the show of the day. Yes, like no hu hia me miwia wo hwe me like na hu hia me pa intimeso se bo modena na like video no na yen koya ni Miriam nchebia kesibia na yekọ se yekọ akoto abade yi o mampanyi manaba bedi Ghana man so e de amaye na ayem se abato na ne yekọ akoto na amanfo afa adwene bi e wa ase ana yennim ai na amanfo afa adwene bi asi ana yennim yenka ne se the intelligence and e wo man no de no mo ya aware of whatever was happening. And I think say Ninyina ka ho bi enti a enipa binom ehye da ye o madwen say they will allow everything to flow the way that it will go. Enti na enam suma abato na nko kwanya na ye pese enko but bibia mu no yesi fasida ema Nyankopon enkontompo ni wonene eka asema ja na ma ne yenko na yiwani na hwe no ibrepam no ensem ne nyina eba be go abonten na wahu said ye tie no kura ewom entro ewom ni nyina ebeba abonten etu ni nkontompo ni eye bibia enha wo ho don't force yourself to explain because who explain ni kura na san nkontompo ni no ebesen adana ne ho abe pray victim side entija no na onye de oye na wo wadwene da wutim no fanante na fako wani na brepam no enokure no eba be dadi na obia hu said obia ne ben ne suban etie nti abusia wa ba wo de trance ene ye wonsem bebre ka ai ye wonsem ahodo bebre ka ye papa Kennedy ohene Agyapong one ne nkrofo omo ye niam bi 1 pp amanyoko no ma de omo ye ne 2024 no ai Kennedy Agyapong hijack no hake MPP amanyoko so ben when election no am so mo ahase say afi we nso 2028 election no omo pese omo hijack MPP say other say Kennedy Agyapong na be di MPP amanyoko na nim anye saade a omo be divide party no na party na tena opposition sa na MPP Kennedy Agyapong ne supporters omo de ato omo adwenem but ye mubinom ye be ka no kora ne se de tie na fata ama mansan ate na obia asesa na adwene afride ekoso ye free won so ane de kwakosi jeri John Rollins so nema bi oyeye video evidence ene ye be kire video a Rollins ankasa ka kire de ntia hukum AFRIFA de ntia hukum nipa binom list bi ana ye ka ho asem de kwaku ba ko ka ho asem no ene Rollins ankasa e be kire kirem so no ankasa e de nsa kire list Rollins be catch say no nye moja no nkwa na opa hwe nipa kura yi kumobo oba bia na onka ho no o demand say yemfa ho video mra ma kire na ohwe nti no oye modeler esanso ye torturist all per se obehu amanfo a na ye di wona wu ye boro wonye ku no opani nyina ahwe nti ene efie ha nsem e wo ha pa nsem wo ha nti meso se waba na watena se na wama sabi you like no share no aye wonsa no tentem sabi you subscribe so aye besro se bo modern na subscribe na beka abusuan kuo kese no na djuma no yentimi mfa nhyehyɛ so said yɛsɛ na fata enti abusuan like no ne akoma no de boso saa no bibia enko kama said yɛsɛ na fata Mame Esther K. Barima, so good evening, Mr. Ma for Mame Mwakwaba. Mame Cecilia Fawcett, or say, hey, stop this and face the country. Hey, Mahama don't tell Masemo Kra. And now Francis Walker on Facebook, or say, great job. Yeah, Francis Mwakwaba. And now Yemia Elizabeth Achama, Mame Chap, or say, good evening, everyone. And now Kofi Frank, and now Frank Kofi, and also say, good evening, my brother. Good evening to you, Mr. Frank, from wherever you are watching us from. Sansuna Benjamin Kwam or say hi. Francis Walker say hi. Sani Abubakar so say hi. Kwa Joffrey Mpon so achi. Alimo Elikim Edrim on so achi. Joseph Isil Fie and so achi na Yemia Charles Adu Senso achi. Abusia, you're welcome to Mr. Mafo Show on RAZ Media GH and on Kennedy Agyapong Jr. on Facebook. Let's dive into the show of the day. Abusia, look at this.
G has the power.
Look at this. Well, about when Kayatwa we. To me, akodi babi ense na mfata. Watch this video. The video no ye pa. Ma wani enda video no so na hwe ne ye. Abusia nsem na ye be kan ene mudo enti na onyanto base ma ho na ye melde grounds ye na ye nhya ase and follow up. Abaya to awie. And this if na more power. To me nyina ahye mo nsem. Parliament yamodia, presidency yamodia, constitution ekitamo, bibia yamodia, the chief of staff ANDC for there, the IGP of Ghana Police ANDC for there, the chief justice ANDC for there, the attorney general ANDC for there, the minister of interior ANDC for there. Minister of Defense, ANDC for there. The Chief of Ghana Armed Forces, Dr. Yeura Darega John Kromfo Mahama. Dano. Enti, nka question mimi bisa, ewa mi diem ketua bini say, what else does the NDC actually need from us? To me, we are the amamu nyina chino. Me, I want to me persemente me huase. Dear Ben Pan and Crofo, you free Ghana for what almost your mama Yasumu Andrew. Abusha video ya uhe a video from where National Council of State omo abatu omo to ewa kra adanen tokwa. Crofo omo free me say the mistake that Ghana made was the fact say we allowed the ALFC to transform into PNDC and we allowed PNDC to transform into NDC and we accepted it in democracy. That is the mistake that we did. In a democratic country, in a country where there is democracy, some same way any kwan say bisie be said that John Mahama di kayaka na roden san kasa so di moja na chechire sa party wa yefre NDC no o say Mahama ka kire mo say when we talk about violations, chaos, war, stupidity, foolishness, non-patriotism, hatred towards our country, NDC is number one. Or Mahamanekai. And in fact, they are exhibiting it in any point of time that they got a chance. Mimia, the band done what is to National Council of State and Tokwesi Ohoda. Sa position we are ye kwakoto abadia yi National Council of State no. And this is what they are done in Tokwa. Ni nyina ne say Ghana for ye mistake. Eni kwanse nkema ALFC, PNDC, NDC. Eni kwanse nkema omoka that our democratic what them call democracy aye woman because sankrofo we no wa Kabima min kabina ya kan omonte ase o ebia na unyante de mekanase we nom no they don't understand the word democracy the omonim any allegations falsehoods entro nkontompo otan nipakum entokwa nsama mfaso ni so na omode nam enti de wuhui eye the National Council of State abato ayeto na wakra and are turning to war. Sabato ye koto aye de koyi enipa titiro mpanfo wo man no mu a ye de omo esi gina bre bi se de ebe ya se bibi na ekoso wo man no na enkoyi a sam mpanfo we eba mu na omo de yie to yie. Sabato we was saying Kenya something of honorable or something of higher level of what? Conduct, intelligence. Any young can say, adwini mufuo nimdiefo na osen ka omo present omo ho. E was about to we mu. Na mi aba mi be ma ohwe me. Oni mi nyina na ehwe video yi. De na ohu. Aba na ohu video a ohwe aba na ohu. Ntrotrasem ni bedi. Atwetwe wei ochina yebe koma na obi a obi sekan wo ho yebe kona dey na obi a obi sekan wo ho adentia because omono ye di moja enet etwa wo na furu ye di nipakum ena ye den ekekere wo na manyoko na omudi ekire na ene obeto asom awurade nyanko enti mistake ye ne say ye kosisa ankwasiafo wei edi omo baye den ebegu mu abira ye nim so omo background no eye violence na wo sen kayema the NDC PNDC ALFC na wo sen kayema nim vanish from our political arena nanso no ya ho say de na eti democracy ase ai Ghana maimu ena democracy sha ase Ghana for na ni democracy kura ba wiase enti bibia na yate ase na omo de yoye na omo ye yen na ye ho kire yen na ye sore na ye sene paje emu na ye kekere na omo usane na ye de koya nim na omo abese no hwede omo ye ne enti wenti akoto abai enti saadie wenti akoto abai wenti ayekotena abonten ye dede esa ye bu ye mu edidi na nado atem Dr. Bawumia atem MPP fo atem nyina nti wenti a na ebia na odwene se eye sabio ntokwa ene nkwase asem nkwa na omudi o enye no nkwa o yes Caliph jabe me mwakwa pa fiura me mwakwa ba ye pa ebia na odwene se me sound na enye kama kura o ebia na odwene se eye ntoto asem nkwa na ne NDC for ye. There be a yes so. And then NDC amanyoko catch the Ghana for say. Say we NDC ni na wadi bone wawi oman sika wawi oman asase wafa oman no sabio ni biri di asie na se wo NDC ni na mpo no mracho na de wakogina asɛmdi bia se yedi wa asɛm a John Mahama na ɔse ɔyɛ the what the Messiah the reset agenda yɛbɛsesa Ghana yɛbɛma na yɛyie yɛbɛko ama mo akofo ade akoromfo Dr. Bawumia ɔyɛ kohwini ɔnom nsa ɔyɛ prako nipa ɔwe prako MPP fo ɔmo bɔkoro no nyina no ɛnɛ Mahama se sɛ wo NDC na wabɔkoro no dada ujina asɛmdi bia kora na ɔno no Mahama as a supreme leader no ɔma wakwanya sɛ yɛnya wo kora na pɛ baabi fa because ɛho hia enti obi a wadi Ghana 200 million Mahama say ɔmo koro no obi a wadi $14 million ɛho hia yɛmfa nto baabi obi a wabɔ Ghana man ka $1 billion ɛyɛ nkwasea case but wo na komode wa okotu banche no yɛse yɛnko yɛ dɛ yɛmpresikwetiw yɛ ni wa asɛm na mpo no yɛnsa mfa wo nkɔto court na yɛwe sɛ obe yɛmfa nkɔto prison na yɛwe sɛ prison hɔ no wadwene betumi asesa menua bema wadwene mu ɛbɔ wo sɛ wahu sɛ yɛdi nsɛmfo wahu sɛ yɛdi nsɛmfo ai ato force kromfo yɛgya no ato force yɛgya no yɛsi ɔnko ɔnyɛ bɔne bia na wo de tie video wei na kyerɛ me abato na wokɔto ye no saa de wei ɛna na wohwɛ yɛwie a na yɛate asim ɛwɔ Kennedy Agyapong ne so tie
corruption.
Yeah, Nolly Prosekai. AG has the power to do that.
So, are you going to arrest your political opponents?
If there is...
Let me give you an example. A contract is awarded for $200 million for 5,000 houses.
Yes.
It turns out that you have not been able to do even 1,500 houses for people to occupy. Somebody is going to court. You discontinue with the case. And yes, sir. And Ochina, you are going to arrest another person because that person belongs to another political party. How will people take you? You go and Obi will case say we transfer 450 million Ghana cedi into a bank that he knew was collapsing, and that money has gone to the drain. The next day, you make him governor of the Bank of Ghana. The governor of the Bank of Ghana. How do you expect the international community to look at that person? Or China, you're going to arrest somebody because that person is an MPP member. Will you have the moral justification to do that? I've just shown you the lands that NDC people, and including members of parliament, need some ministers and those kind of things. You are left them. You are arresting the MPP people because too many. Will you have the moral justification to do that? Tamale Calendar Park. Yes. You gave out, it was state land. You gave all those land during the NDC time. And Ochina, you are coming to arrest somebody because you claim say he also gave out land during his time. Will you have the moral justification to do that? You gave out aviation lands, and then Ochina, you come and say, oh, you are arresting MPP people because they also gave out state lands. Will you have the moral justification to do that? You gave out Botima lands to some people, including current members of parliament and current ministers. Some of them are ministers. And tomorrow you say you are coming to arrest an MPP person and you've discontinued cases. Cases say, let the law go and let the law set the person free.
Yeah, but as part of the due process of law is the fact that the AG has powers to discontinue or withdraw cases. You
can continue or you can discontinue or withdraw cases. Meaning, sir, and he
doesn't have to explain to anyone.
But that's a wrong thing to do.
Yeah, that's what
AG no Obaba prosecute another person because only the MPP member and that's or CPP member. But does he have the justification to be able to do that? Moral standing to be able to do that? Obi a charge you be for causing financial loss with all the cases. You don't allow the court to decide who they because of what power say me prosecuting the next day you go and catch a political opponent say put the near for court. Will you have the moral justification to do that? Will you? Will you? But we are all Ghanaians, and yes, sir. Yes. Oh, Baku dear, because or your party member, you can just no possible case where me but Ochina go and catch an MPP member because only the MPP member. So if MPP comes to power, they also discontinue. Is that what you want? Is that how you are going to run the country?
Abato na yekoto ye no esunsun sanso no. Obi a wawia 200 million. Yemfa na ho nche no. Obi a wama waye wafa mrafon so ama Ghana sika yahwere 1.2 billion ye jano so nkonko ye governor of Ghana Bank ai sana na babeye enti abato na wo so kwa akoto komdo entina mboa ye dene makobu aye dene kwasi ampanyi ni bi kofa abayire e de betena TV so de catch there say bayire ba ko ye 550 Ghana cedis eno nti akoto aba o beto koto aba no ba ye no ene omo nipa na omo ti akonwa mu a omo bo wo kro no e na me no so nti a o man ni sika seye e ma ye de call IMF enam so ani ntimi mfa nipa wo adwuma mu wo nurse ni na wo si wagimi uni mu nyansa wo tena se eme kan jimi sem kire wo na wunim se 2013 14 15 16 yamfa nurse ni bi adwuma na do ne ba obefo awo adwuma na o ye di ntro kire wo se aban wo etimedre koto aba na ye mmra na ye ba ye befa wo nua no ma adwuma okoto aba no ene ye ba ye no ye ne se we are creating our people, our corrupt people. Yen krofo akromfo na omo ye ni omo bebu man ni wi amo a omo ho sem omo ho eba asem enam se wom na de wom pen ni wom paper etwe paper no so no ya ba ye be ni se ye ba be wo hye omo kama ye omo ho fita na de omo ama omo another position even bigger than the position that they were having. When we say yede wa adwene di agro won say ya mawato aba amfaso bia amaso amaw ene NDC ni panyina ohwe youth so say he as an NDC youth organizer and employment for the youth no se unkita NDC member card office on fa wonansi ho emfa wonansi ho enti wona wunkita NDC card a woye Ghana ni ba na mpono osanso to abadema NDC no contribution, no chop, no registration, no employment kope baby da because wo unimu nyansa de nanado yema wa wanjantum anhu se ya depa na also koto abade atiano no abato na koto enchese unimu nyansa enti e ma ye office ho na ya bai command ya che ye ni adwuma ye nya adwuma si eni aban mu akom de yen enti ya bai de na ya pa afei na ye be hyehyɛ yafu ma yafu ayema 4 years ni duru na sabio musa maintain ye wo power na afei ye be hyehyɛ ma yabusuamfo betu kwan ye namfofo binom beto hotel wo Dubai ye de amamfo ne namfofo dini bede properties a ye dini emma. That is what you chose and that is what you have to keep on living it. Dear kono enti wona asabio banchi bia ukɔwi a yanam kom bia na ede wo no de yemfa nkotum but kwasi ampanyi bi otumiti na office we are billions of dollars nye cedi so dollars no ono de ne ho som okoto de na bodwe se wo si wagimi. That is what you deserve. That is what you deserve. Dear kono na we nyina no me de subo no ebo papa bi ese efene kojo anakwabra Kennedy ohina Kennedy Agyapong and I made some morning in our bottom. The echo soon in a papa we and a year. John Dramani Mahama, Nidin PMO UK for Airbus scandal. MPP for the same way a campaign my mom for G2. John Dramani Mahama, echo sister take or pay agreement by I'm a for Babekan Wasem. MPP for the boy Juma my mom for G to a man for team. The banking sector. And this is for could have said no. MPP for a Kanwase Magana for G to a mutim. Okay? Kennedy Agyapong MPP niba. Etumi bejina bonten first of all, Eko Koyeden, Eko Pa, John Dramani Mahama Chew, some fan born in channel, who are deemed to so. Say, and some more can find Hunina no entro. Aye. Hey, Papa will pa Yankopong, but you will be Tiauka Yipa. Kennedy Agyapong, etimi jina ne nine so catch the Ghana for say. In Sema Yakan fact John Mahama Hunina no entro, enti opa John Mahama Chow, John Mahama fan born in channel. And a koto Ghana for team. And MPP for Manko Twaba. And a fruiting voters kakrabin so omuwom. New registers amongst no more then omonko to abade ma John Mahama ene ne and some I can Ghana for the two omutim no sabio take or pay na ye nokre I am for kai aye banking sector o could have say no ye kan Kennedy Agyapong to me jam fidie so kan kire Ghana for say na hu hia say MPP for be ye banking cleaning sector na ye nyuma na ye mane hwere Ghana for enti na mane so emo bia na why na dwen so okono akoto abade ama MPP amanyo kono sanse san na dwene because you see bo mo chichie firi nsu ase be kan kire so odan chema wu a enye da ye gina chiye aye se me ne SK na mi ai kakari TV na mi na ndema ba be kan kire so kakari TV ne homfa no obegye adi enti se Kennedy Agyapong Bible te be catch say MPP fu ewia Ghana te se de ochena ni ho. Kennedy Agyapong Bible te be catch say Dr. Bawumia faili during campaign time o. Kennedy Agyapong be gina be catch say sebio na nado dan kwakufu ado ne nkrofo na busuanfo. Omo bo Ghana kro no. Oman na kodi abusua bi nsam. Ye wo wonka ne say Jubilee House ho. Omo nyehwe dollar omo afeli chese ensema na ekoso owiase ana ye mu binom ne some communicators across the country na omo atimi aton wo mo nsema atoga na fotim sa ahohye na aba no enye Ghana fo nko a enye Ghana nko na ahohye na aba no ya papa ye frene Kennedy Agyapong etimi gina ne nan so bo moderate dismantle every single thing that we said to Ghanaians and ankato omutim. Aye. Kennedy Agyapong duru ba bi okojina platform kura na no fufumo hu de onka. Papa wo yanke enim se okojina platform so se oye campaigner domo obetwie nsema obeka papa ekojina platform so a asema oka ne se free education kwanti monto aba papa enye wana na obo Dr. Bawumia ba so na anu about saying because Kennedy Agyapong and his cronies omo mutimi shara trans hijack the victory na Dr. Bawumia nim aye your video evidence yo Kennedy Agyapong and Nkrofo to me trans plan how they are going to hijack the victory 2024 for Dr. Alhaji Muhammad Bawumia ni nyina ne say Kennedy Agyapong say yam fa de or amfa ama no pesem nkuminya enti Kennedy so ntiase papa wei tumi ko Kumase ekone na mamamfo so ekotua sika de ma won e promise won say se wanto aba ye to aba ni wie na Dr. Bawumia lusu a obeba besi factory de ama won e wo mukurom munum se na ye nimu ahu aene wan de oye Kennedy Agyapong sheda nante kwa amanfo kurom onye ahemfofo kokosaye mama onkoto aba Man kwan koto abana Dr. Bawumia lusu a ono no ke na Japan no ebesi factory mo anya adwuma ye wo mu krom enipa boni sem ye de nante somro otare wo ntumam e na owew e na ono mu moja otwe wo moja nso na otare wo ho te se de ono ne nam nipa boni papa ye friend Kennedy Japan etumi sisa sika de koma constituency executives echema won say one country the supporters of the MPP say Dr. Bawumia wini awie ehu hia so mbekwa akoto aba na NDC fo apana ne evil things in the election time etu omukwa abonten ombetumi ahwere won kwa na ene sansem na ne yetini huhuhu no bibia kire se eye nokore ensem na ne yetini huhuhu no ye hwede ekoso enne ya etu bibia kire se ye de ban eye nokore adentia ye nyanye after election defeat report my enso Kennedy Japan ni nkrofo ahase a omo ye den omo dismantle omo divide omo che amanyokuo num omo ahase a omo ye the evil plans omo ye no before election omo ahase omo ye no foforo biem na ye ka kire wo say so bi be ka kire say Kennedy Japan enka de nkurane ye no ono no nka ho bia ka kire ni say oye ntrofo because you say ukokuro bi so na hu say nkwada eto abo abo ohene a de wo so nte ase ne say panyine bi hya akire ai say ukokuro bi so na hu say nkwada atu omo ano asi ohene bi so na ye to abo de bo ohene bi a kai hu wo timu say panyine bi hya akire a ono na ye den o push agenda. Enti se wo so ye MPP ni ba Kennedy Japan wo ye MPP big man na wo ti oman mu na nkwasiafo birum de wudin say party no a na e no kore se emfa wo ho a adenti a wunya ma abonten meka bibia nkire Ganafo papa ni ye evil MPP must to sack that man from the party onye ni papa sa papa no oye ignorant kese pa. He don't have knowledge about politics. Ayisika, ahunya, contract, peseminkuminya, monfa mame, ena misei. Na papa we said osi tu na num, bedgate to crane tu na num to say papa we. Kwanya papa we tu mbejina ho tu na num din trode chregana for te said ono na wo wiase sika nyina. Bedgate mpo enye den emejina bontin tu na numu sha abujanfo me ka kire mo se papa we hye na nante ye eye den ekohyehyɛ amanfo bo se omo anko ankoto aba na Bawumia lusu a obeye den obekɔ hɔ na wakosisi factory de amawo abusia Kennedy Japan ahase a ɔkɔ across the country ɔkɔ baby ɔkɔ ye onye ahemfo no kɔtena ye edi nse etwa pam ehye se wo ba no aba beboa won no papa na hyase a okọ ground a wa hyase se oba besi starch factory bi ama wo nipa bone ye ne ntra woni nipa bone tena ase a sabio wada no na wo nan gu abonten papa we MPP ni oso oye MPP ni o Yashada Quatrasia plan agenda how to win a parliamentarian seat. No, Afrin and Damfo. A plus Abona Mania say, A plus, when MPP for Babaye. Enti counterbe. Asani any partner. Sani any partner. Enti Mimia Bamia Bemba Wutiemi yepa. Kennedy Japan and Shada Trans organize ye. Kwanya obefa so a obe hijack the victory of Dr. Bawumia. Nensem okaye entro odi ye enkwasi asem okaye ne 5,500 bi odi dada amanfo edi tware asuo frama enye saada no ena wote usisi ana wachi yawo ena said ono ankasa kano the evil that man do lives with them enti de waye bia no he should understand say it will fire back on him na mon kanche no ntene ho ase say ni 37% no onti mfa nkoba bia o said ya one ma wo yonko ntwa nkodo wo ntimi ntwa nkoduru enti ni sa 37% a eye delegate system na odi nyaaye no onkan no hu say Dr. Bawumia ekura how much ekura 63% or 62% eye more than what 2 times of the onunyaaye no enti se wampe ba bia antra ankasa nkyere nkwasiafo no mugu media no so omudi nsemfo na MPP party no ye better opposition enkopem se ye be pam no afri party no MPP party no ebeduru ba bi papa we ye be pam na afri because your woman no enye sa na tie na muntie video we na fa bi to adwenem na tie de ekọ yes
as omunye serious o master ti pa ekwan ye fa so a ye de tra opposition no kwame o master ti you understand o master ti pa o de kwame o be opposition shadi o kwame Michael enkofo ye o me press conference
abusianfo mo ma memfa nidie kese ematiefo me sere wanya to ba sema nkoba bia ene your first time waba platform we so a me sere wa se bo mo na subscribe share video no mame na like the video no mame ena me sere won so say bo mo na hwehwe iminwia Kakari TV SKB TV ne new channel ye fe ne Kakari TV e wo YouTube na ko subscribe se ne ene sabio se wonte ne nka on SKB TV a ontumi nya adwuma wo ho e wo so biem na mbom no Kakari TV na ye the new channel enti bo modern na hwe na chi akwan en ko support ye wian na on mra on the scene enti mesre wa hwe Kakari TV e wo YouTube Kakari TV e wo YouTube na ko subscribe that is SKB TV yeah mesre pass ye adwuma we ma na ho hia me pa me chia ye sister Vida and the president herself mame mo akwaba ye pa oskani kwadwo kwa achi mo akwaba pa adwo ase wa mame me chia mo akwaba we sonko fimia mo akwaba pa Rafid Sule mo nso akwaba ena mame amanya akon mo akwaba erudet fisherman wonso mo akwaba pa ena abetofori mo akwaba mame amanya akon mo akwaba mame ya afrimpon wonso mo akwaba yes efu adex mame me chia comfort Philistine Michel Gideon Kwaten, Michel Tio Mesa, Michel Prince, Agube de Michel Onso, Enoch Fodjo, Mwakwaba, and Abigail Adua Hene, Manso Akwaba. Miriam Kofi Sapon from Ivory Coast, also Mwakwaba. Abusia, let's dive into the video. Mr. was a Kakari TV, and man wouldn't free, Renachia Kwanye Pa, Nako subscribe. We are still on Kennedy Japan's foolishness. He couldn't conclude a video evidence of what he has done to MPP.
Come MPP for Mesa opposition. Aden. Who Mesa opposition? Or Mesa opposition. As omunye serious o master ti pa ekwan ye fa so a ye de tra opposition no. Come o master ti you understand? O master ti pa. Oh de kwame o be opposition. Shadi o. Kwame. Michael enkofo ye o me press conference e wa Ashanti region yeah o support o ura kede de Japan o bia nsi ukwan se en support o ura kede de Japan but the press conference no me no what fam me unity huni na me huni na the growth of the party e betime healing party no a lose election e kwa be na sa press conference o betime healing party no I don't get it che unumze saadie we bi no mo ye ma owura kede de Japan yeah during the elections afei okojina platform so a wantimi nkasa te said how it ought to be adema Dr. Bawumia ni NPP no
Yes, sir.
Sadia, Sano Masaya. Oh, and a ma papa Nantimianya campaign.
Said yes,
because nobody can damage the flag bearer. Why, internal politics, external politics. What destroyed Dr. Bawumia Ama. And this for the Google audio ni a friend say video so o kwa TikTok ni Facebook kwame eno na na campaign dem NDC at a point normal rest they will go to house but as for the social media there nobody will rock the Japan the vibes and na campaign the NPP e bi na mrante ne yem sese kwakoto aba Mr. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Sawinia mo ye press conference mu gina bre o hefa
Umbeda campaign.
Umbeda no why campaign. Ade no so next year and ye kwa koyi ade no. You see my problem? Kwame problem ni say party akọ election.
Yeah, elusu.
Walusu. Was setting up a committee to investigate, which me I'm against that committee. Because me di kaka and no man is some open forum and will be a mechanism or constituency bia with the microphones and speakers see we don't form in America or massive. It me I don't agree with the committee no set up because committee report back and comfort me edit committee report. So baby structures the one day what ad hoc committee I was here to share a coin fast so my NPP for lose election. And yes sir.
Yes.
Come and find this Biaba Bonte.
David.
When the NPP Panini Parkasano Paino, was it Biaba?
David.
Why invite to Sakamusu Muduso Beka? It means that committee Najuba Gusu Kosomebwa. Now, a yet day na committee report in Amaya, Okoye press conference. Now, Kwakasa when the man say bye. Come ye radio for the Siaka. Yeah, broadcast journalist. Yeah, see a casasam. Nanya because the omo yade dia kwame.
That's a more pen in terms of
I say a desperation and a premature ejaculation and a panic reaction from the people behind press conference no me kwame.
Now who names and Crawford started campaign that?
Kwame, I know, but you see, mama the committee report me abontiasa because Kwame the committee report ne ba abontisi ya no be catch we say about 70% of adequate man NPP for lusu e owa ka de Japan sam wo kekan
e ka ho bi
e ka fa e party no ho ne Dr. Bawumia ho e na ma party lusu ya bo be ka de the committee report ne ba sisi Kwame ne say committee report ne say Oraka de Japan was it Dr. Bawumia does no way and Dr. Bawumia betime biti Bahama da some Bawumia we know when we know ultimate biti Bahama da that's a Kwame
eno so
abem nessa Kwame obi ka tro say maybe the Oraka de Japan kai no and the discouraging me a man free Kumasi man kra metwaba Memfi Accra ko Kumasi ankoto aba because na nim say eye dan ya Dr. Bawumia belusu Kwame na kwa na say obai hwe police ni bi frame police ni bi frame waka che me plan say owura ayi Canada Japan asem o ka kire o kai no e na ama wan beto aba won ne na for 43 what after program super breaking news or my message or not the region Kwame. What says because of that I decided not to vote. It no bet me a Praba Shanta region. Aba be your operation say ya assign me say me hwa abato no so. But preka boko Kwame. Because see no Ojora Canada Japan di say na sama waka ne kra eye dey about me abelus. It no kwasa me ba. Papa bi so your before. Awayi Kwun kwatia Kwame ye share na nimu ha ya me de rebefi anu o se ziga unie aya che speaker mami anu o se maya kasa ma NPP ko position na datie ya wasem body po anu se ja na se bon ko fo na ankoto aba no se me kura ma ankoto owura kada de Japan se Bawumia belus busa de rebefi animu ha ya anu o ka che bia obelu sutima ma amre ho akoto aba wan fu kokko ankoto aba se report na ba ne ya kasa no ti na nkofo akoto aba be de no owe kadede Japan say Dr. Bawumia say obrabo ni $800 million one thing asem bi say on step down as a flag your friend say obi on pray for flag bearer contender na se come report na ba ne ya be ka kira wo say because of sa no man ka ho na Ghana for bufu ya omo koto aba di TMPP abede no ada na won transfer my report na ba ansa na ma acte and now almost kasana press conference now almost say Dr. Bawumia ni club for cry religion no cry o man to ama no wan e ka kira I don't get it he pa no omodo omo party ni koro woman who you ambassador opposition come here I have in my hand I took my time to do this a brace no if you give me a timer me bobo so bako the party nearby NPP ne the whole Ghana me boa the whole Ghana
obi edwa
na kwa bitie me
say ka kire wo mo
yes the party no kwa me ka kire na party nearby nipa 2,085,341 and anko to aba tidio apart eheti apart nipa 2,085,341 and anko to aba na kwa bitie sa figure we say emu 1.7 million 1,754,874 over 1.7 million
abusia se muti analysis ni ye pa asem na papa ne can make a lot of sense who say da bia na metaka say internal election no ye nyane te say wo ye general elections ye nka ye party weakness ye can about party organizations how do say wona oba obetim organize ye ye mfa ye party mesia bontren horo no te say ntoma say de mo papa kene Japan ye no na mo nkrofo we ya enani nyina mo social media platforms nsema mo kan nyina na Dr. Bawumia and Akufo-Addo and Dr. Ensemfunkwa. How can you tell me that you're an MPP man and you create fake stories against the MPP leadership? Nsema no kure entronkwa entroning bosire mukani de omunhu yenkwa na omokeka na kene Japan na mfa na oseho na otutu bomb na otu amana kata so adan papa. What do you really want from MPP party after all what they have given to you? Now would you no hey papa we want one country said the oil ni 37% no ni 37% no a to me deceive one and I'm so money from munimu nyansa no or yes ya na ye koto abama ne so mra medi party nanima he will see his level. Dr. Bawumia 41% of the general election or no 21 kura no benya na wa bere ewo moment to aso yeah
aman koto abano omu Ashanti region omu Eastern region Central region Western region Greater Accra and Abono region at the central part of the country na koto aba Jamaica rotumasi it is our party na hate the whole Ghana na so northern region the 5 northern regions sir over 2 million votes now MPP for Luciano emu 157,000 per and the 5 northern regions now and then I be catch me say northern region fan to about Dr. Bawumia. I don't get it. Meaning if I'm making sense.
Yeah.
2 million over 2 million votes in our man control. The 5 northern regions no and 7.5% per 7.5%. But so over Ashanti region, Eastern region, Central region, Western region, Greater Accra and the Bono region. Kwame, nipa ankwan kotwaba. 84.1%. So yeah, Dr. Bawumia na ma northern region fan to abama no ebe tell me say I don't get it, Kwame. Right from that data Jamaica watch I say Saturday tana wa hefa na kwa me show Northeast Dr. Bawumia no krom utie interview na press conference no me na so Dr. Bawumia ono no krom kra olusui anasa ono no krom ko man to ama no the last election Northeast Dr. Bawumia as compared to 2022 election Dr. Bawumia appreciated by 12,000 votes. He won the Northeast on one region. He won it. Upon all the party hitting the whole Ghana, including the stronghold of NPP, which is the Ashanti region. Come, Dr. Bawumia, it me appreciated by 12,000 votes. Our Northeast, he won it back. But Canada, Japan, see the sense enough. A man before on the flag bearer, he couldn't even deliver us enough. J.J. question, sit by election. He couldn't even deliver.
Also, I can't say more. Just questions on your appointment.
Are you? Yababa, how come? Jamaican, what I say? Deal with the sadness. Sit down. Let the committee report him. No more better the quality of my LP lose election. And yet, then a greater Accra, Nipo 500,000 uncle to about my NPP. Jamaican, what I say? And yet, then I'll question Ashanti region. And when they are stronghold. Nipa over 400,000 Uncle Twaba and former NPP. Oko not the regional. The last time the last election, NPP Fonya 409,000. This year when this election when 370,000. And this year 476,000. This year when 509,000 and over. Jamaica Rochas here. Look at the difference. I catch him on the region for Kotwaba farmer NPP. And Dr. Bawumia devoted Usha Pew Ghana for research. Usha Ghana Statistical Service for research. Kwame. One must say about 65% of Islam and the 5 northern regions. It's a fact. Nese Uka Kotwaba. Nese 5 regions now above 7 regions. And what the southern part of the country, it take 84.1% of 2 million votes in Uncle Twabano. Next, 7.5% for northern region, and Uncle Twa. It tells you that the Muslim community voted for Dr. Bawumia
and the
northern region.
South to the
yes, south to the Nenya. Why then do you have to blame Dr. Bawumia? Well, Mr. Feriata, Kofitoto Kasemina Medepa. What's it? The pensioners if Fosika, Omoteji Yomoko cabinet meeting. Womokacho Omo say, Obunya sa pensioner Fosika, Mamo de Joe Feriata said that. What did you know? Nipa 800, Etiako Jamuna no Musuno. 800,000. Omutiko Jamuna no Musuno. Nanado Dakoku Fado Yasro Brachianwa, Wakana no Tumna no Timinkasan. Huh? And now I expect to send people by win election. Then you Dr. Bawumia na mo sabotage no. Kwame.
Yes, Nana.
Asante region project mo koye interchanges ba ko 5. Ah mako 2 onu no box site onu no krom. Ah wo de be interchange. Mo de sika step aside. Step aside. Some of the ba be side 2 interchanges simultaneously. Mo be start no for real time be catch am say. Mufa sensi karma me de koya de fofo ne manya fund bi ade be Kumasi 2 interchanges no sikana ma up to now. Then you blame Dr. Bawumia. Obuya Kumasi airport na ka $10 million finishing touches. It took Mr. Feriata 2 years for this $10 million. What's what the $10 million? It took a father say Ibrahim Adam or buy a sword in 10 days to a contract $10 million. Say Omufa Kumasi airport. And you can focus here who was Ashanti region. Where then do you still have to blame Dr. Bawumia? Huh?
And a down. Canada or Hina Japan. Uj. Only un croforo. Mon kama non tum. Na bibiani we chese Dr. Bawumia man for an to abamano. Mo plan na mo ye no. Adwemone na mofa ye no nipa bonesem na motisi mu nkura ahodoom a mokoye ye no Sikana mokoche ma MPP supporters o mo nkoto aba no. Eni nti MPP fo ye lusu ye. Enye Dr. Bawumia ena ne ho enya akono. Dr. Bawumia ye nipa bia Ghana fo nyina edono. Ghana fo nyina pese omra na omedi Ghana man so. Ghana fo ahu se papa no ni mu ewo ni monyam osanso sombo ena woni munyansa owonim de na mbom no adwemone na wo prepare ya wo de ye den ekutia no wo suma se no eno ehu nsunsanso ena ye hu no na meka essence su biem the evil that man do lives after them enti se wo se wa ye chinchinchi wa ye wo ho anoma na aboa na ne ho ese mpane bi sisi ne ho no wo se wa ye bi na wa kuntu no ho se wo ma Dr. Bawumia ma medi president a won so no kan hu se wo so president no unni ma ne yeye kai unni ma ne yeye enti no fatu tim se o 37% no emu nye duru nsene what 62 point something percent fatu tim ena wo Kennedy Agyapong said you ko gina ho se Ghana fo nto so aba fatu tim se 21% kura wunya na wo hu nsem bebebe awudie nsana tetare hu nkontompo se metetare hu krono se metetare hu contract ya uji ya wanye hu adwuma awadi hu sika nyina ya chi odwen se Ghana fo ebe san ko san la so mo koto aba ma na de man be China fo ana Papa Kennedy, put yourself in the line. Conduct yourself as a mature man. Because the way you know, it will not bring you what you are after. Maybe it's better you be humble a little bit, and maybe things will be better for you. Oto abeda ho. Oto abeda bonten. Said you can obrofum. You can run, but you can't hide. No. Wo oto abeda ho. Hey. Ghana for mo abrochiro mo yodum no nyina bebre na na frustrated wa brabom. Ghana for mo abrochi the Ghanaian diaspora mo yodum Kennedy nyo bebre frustrated. Omo Ghana so a omo yodum bebre akromfo nko a kakrom benya dia fru bottom nti omudi wachi. They know, say, you don't have what we call the leadership quality in terms of governance, leading a country of 32 million plus population. And yes, 7,000 workers are some na ye count. Who's up, Umiano do a chi, or so a lawyer, a Fenneraf, a Agyapong, was a wanyo. Papa no, see a lawyer, Obi na noa. Obi na noa, I say, Oti Toreti, ano JJ coins no. On to me for Uncle Biao. On to me, anyone nim, Mfau Kosiaga, Ewa Manyo Semu. Akromfo na also moya akromfo no. Enkrofo na also moya akromfo a waton wo mo ewo kwambone so. Edi amagana for adane wachi 2024 di ama Dr. Bawumia no. Sa nkrofo na so na wososo no person ne omomeye dan emebu oman. Na yekoya na ase e bai. Enti na ebeye dia nka wankasa kotiu party. Abro party. Kennedy Agyapong for president party. 7,000 workers political party. Aye. Na wankasa di uhene wo ho di ukukuso ade asem wo ho na kwanya wo fa so a o hijack Dr. Bawumia ni nkunimudie in 2024 no aba beto abonten a Ghana fo mo ya adwen kese o mo dwene ko akire nyina nim se wo ye nipa bone wo so ni wo nipa bone nti MPP opposition enti nya wadwene se nipa oyam MPP ni ankasa na enye se odi wachi ye wo yesamasa ede na adwene be ma wo se okwa akoto aba ma wo ba beti MPP amanyoko anim in the next general election. And the best thing you can do, which will favor you much, and say, one kasa kwana koye day, koti u party, ubetumi atone 7,000 workers political party, ubetumi atone abro party, ubetumi atone we are for Ken party, ubetumi aye di opebia, eno ne betumi aboa, na enye MPP amanyoko na da hono, ena wode wa adwen so oba bedi animu, because the why no. Enam se omo di wachi no omo ntu afutu panti no unimu se party na esi ho no wase no what team obi odi Dr. Bawumia chi bia na oba bedi wachi me kasa free grassroots ho ona wo grassroots obi na oba bedi wachi me kan leadership wana wodi Dr. Bawumia chi obiane obabedi wachi because unyuma ne wo yo ye no wo de asai party no ma aba beto abonten se wadi party ni abro wo de wo pese mi nkuminya no asai party no wo de wo pese mi nkunya na cheche party ma party na ba beye bibie wo ho enti de ompese ye de beye ono emfa nye wunua na wode wanya de aye wunua ya wie nso de dwene hu fatu timu se wo ba ye de bi beye wo ene bia na 7,000 workers no nkwa na be kwato aba ma na so de wadwene to MPP support base pa so se omo na ba beto aba ma wo de ene masape ba bi gina na amanfo wo ho adwemone pa amanfo ewo ho adwen a omo afa pa ena mbone a wadie ena mawudi a wadie ena emma a wodi won ase atoto fom emma wagu omu anim ase Ghana sofofo chiru many omo nya adwene because the war that you took was a good war but me pese me nka no nte ase se omo nimpefe se wo ubedi akonwa wo Ghana man mu obegu asore omo nimpefe se wo ye ma akwanya se bra na bedi Ghana man so a omo asore omo asi ubegu no ye nto aba ma wo ye beye campaign atia to say de ukotua sika ma wusu bempa no rebe no bofo ma omo ye campaign di tia Dr. Bawumia no omo beye bi de atia wo fatu tim na ka kire wunwan no ene ompon no nkwasiafo no omugu social media no so no se omo nka omo anu ntum enkrofo no omo nimu de omo nimu a no aso meta no omo bo omo nsam no ka kire omo se omo nka omo anu ntum na de fisroba no emu eduru sene dade eche Kennedy udi asin not MP for 4 consecutive times or 5. Papa, so you be a dream power tima. In Cabra Uja, say won't copy mono. And canipo be jawa nine one pipi a man you could no. Never senka, you be a dream power tima, and cowman winning that seat. Put me a wajuma. One to me and yet. And you say, Sabio open a one yo. Woni tumi e wa asen not ho sa asen central woni tumi wo ho amanfo boss mo pa de ubedina na ehia wo omo aka akwan nyina atutu egu ho omo aka akwan nyina atutu egu ho enso wanam de obedi nti no wa adwene anko won so enam de wo pa di nti no wa anwene won ho uyi wani ma won ena na wo de yeden e make sika for yourself afedo o sesen boni a wadi nyina chi atema wadi MPP fo ya chi MPP supporters ya ofre wo nwane mboa omutumi transe ma mfe nan so a na ya ma won sika se omonkoto aba no sa nnuane no na wo pese wo meto aba ma wa na mebisa emoa wanya firi MPP amanyokuom MPP for madodo se na nya sa amoa no bi sika wanya firi MPP amanyokuo ho MPP for dodo se na nya bi anasabio dia ben fa so pa na MPP supporters enya free wo so a e kire se ye ba beto aba ama atem di odi bedi ye na na ya chi atum ye moa but ye vote so de we will not give it to you and ameka no kofa wo 7,000 workers no na wo meto aba ma wo na wo mfa medi nkunim emedi president wo Ghana na nkwasiafo na udidi ya atem no akohwifo na obedidi ya atem no ye mpanfo na omo so mo ya akromfo no ye ne wo ene wo ene bibia aka ye mpanfo ne wo ne bibia aka because what di bone who say na o senka ye mpam wo free party no mukura mpo ansana sabio report no beba no na nka ya pam dada because wo ye somro wo tare nipa ntomam ena wo nom ne moja nipa bone ente se wo nipa bone a yeden ete se wo ena moso ena mayelusu 2024 election wadwe bone na opese me nkuminya ena ode mayelusu elections no na eboboba obeto de sa promise we ba be ko no ye be biem a obia ntua sika ma obia entua sika ma obia na se oso wo sika ye nya biem de to ho a na wayere ho na watua sika de ama nkrofo nyina wo sika wo nyina fa ni nyina ma omo MPP supporters MPP card bearing members nyina tua wonka na ometo abamao na fa win sa election ho na ebehu wo sika no se wo ho ampa papa we yempese be expose yempese ye de u secret bi no baba bonten. We are trying to pray gently with you, but every day in out nsema yeti fra bonten no emfata wo se MPP ni ba se wudi bone e wo suma se ditia wankasa wo party sha wudi bone wodi anwane emo ene didi bone ai wodi anwane emo ene di bone woto anwa na wato mo na watoto niema na wodi akwacha amanfo Dr. Bawumia si ono de oba be kire kwan obefa so a wonso obetumi ato anwane mo no bi Doctor nkese ono oba be to mo de abro mo wadi ni 1 month papa no se oba be kire kwan a wo so obefa so a obetumi ato mo ne anwane bi agu fie adi wo pese mi nkuminya ene wo yesama sentino de opa ne se amamfo ba begu fie amamfo beba wase aba be pa wachew amamfo bebu nkotodwe wanim se boa won na o kina wo sori a wo de akotan TV so aka agu omo anim ase emma so forget it because this time ya fire ho adwene na yenam ai ya fire ho adwene na yenam enti Kennedy kasa kire nkrofo na omo social media no so se ebre nuru se be biem atum na ebre duru se ye biem atum se ye campaign a ubetumi adobro 170 times. I swear my God, you will break them down, you will strip them naked. Ai nkrofo no ye be pa won ho ntoma fu ye be pa won ho ntoma ye be pa won ho ntoma not for jokes, for reality. Ye be pa won ho ntoma yie pa because say ye kan kire me yonko na me nkire wusuban enti nkrofo na ono omo no na ma mo yodum no nyina no de omo hwehwe nyina ni sika obi nko school da enso ope minister di obi ye container wa brochire on pese obetua tax obi de ne ho abọ said the beya obey den ubemana timi afrodo aban e wo man no nanso e ma ne sa ye nte ase e ma obi pese me nkumnya na ono nko ade obenya di nti ye mfa oman e mehye wo nsam e ma ne ye de wanya na ye de wo nsa so mu no kitam bese wo pere wo ho a de kita no nyina so bese afiri wo nsa sane ye sika no yesi aboa chichide kese ope moja dodo a ye de nsuo afrem yetumi de kerosene frem ana ye de petrol afrem into pro ho kese a saa na bekọ saa odun se wo nkwa na wo hia sika wo nkwa na wo hia contract wo nkwa na wo mma so behwe wona papa tobo na de owo mu no emfa yie yo emrew o political career na wo say no and these four have no damn about you. They don't care about you. Why are the obey more than kunim but obon foul part of now kunya mom edema party no ye woni pa hodo bebre omo ye financier omo betimi a sponsor party na fa ne ntoma pafira enti ya chew. You hijack the victory of Dr. Alhaji Muhammad Bawumia for your personal interest, for your parochial interest. Ken, kasachira onkrofo no munya jimi social media no so. Enkwasi press conference no ehu hia enye nduru ho. De wo ye no yempe emfatao ti se MPP ni ba so beye de wo ye no. Emfatao ti ho ase na twa so. No enede ye yo ebebra ye nyina abusia me the segment we abana wie ye. Let's go to the main segment of the day. Abusia for enche bia na NDC for call parliament no obisi JB da kwa eye de ben eye betrayer because of the Ghana ko share CID for nsa na oyentrofo na or the Ghana secret commercial ID for. Now more can some na wine. Senator Rollins super journey muse or can be. And MPB catcher and say transform wouldn't ba. And same way up upon a car, you know, a bayan simple be Ghana my muse any quan say and ka Pinicasa. And I'm so Emma, I am Fubunuma free for one Toma. Ako PM or Parliament of Ghana say Speaker Agwambaben Papa ne tro esosene ne ti everywhere wan everywhere ampia o kan asem no na omontwe na so na miwia ene me wo different pieces of video a ti wasum ye no nyina na be video ne comment afa. So because Jerry John Rollins ye mother or ye awudinia iswa. So be jina because Rollins so ye wudini okumunipa or ye assassinator or ye killer iswa. Rollins no or say your friend Brom Sam okum na was say no. Jerry John Rollins ye Brom Sam or ye wudini nkwa. Rollins or ye nipa bone pa. Where ye ni hu nipa bone na asemu a na ye me ya ana ehime se ye gina ho ama sabio papa wadi bone ente se wo Ghana man mu papa na otimi ma ye fa ne maame type ebeto abadwam epai ne hontoma ebai ne nantam na ye twa ne kosie kuma so ma papa osi obi ne papa ato atade di afri London abre no atade na efe enti ne yetimechi akora no boro no etwa ne ma papa sabio se wo 50,000 Ghana ekitawo fabra na ofa nkoto bank na wagi sika no na wadi Rollins otimi se Ghana gold e de ko hefa Switzerland Zurich ekobie store abone ne awudie enti odi share broni bi nsa broni no yare ya owu ye obewu no ye well to so a odi sa Agyapade ne ma ne yire Rollins also pay your equity ahia ne ne sikafo nyina be ye pe Rollins ene ye ka abusia omo sika wo Ghana man mu papa no oye one of them Rollins oba ya na obi abra tontoma mienu miensa agu ni dan mu a ose ye wudini Rollins otimi kofa obi free Syria Lebanon emane ba Ghana man mu se onko no nko twetwa videos ewo asikafo omo wo man no na omo fa video no mre no na onko chi wonko won Rollins a otimi handle obi ema obi ebo obi pa say onko twa videos of how people were killed na ohwe tio Rollins a nipa maako enwotwe a na omo adiga na man so potimi sa omo like won Rollins otimi fa judge fo miensa maame a oye den omma ne manofo nom papa etimi fa no kunu sa nipa wei sa wo so onye wudini a no edebe eske ne nasem na oye sofo ana adwuma bena na Rollins ye na kuro ya metimi papa bi obedi Italy man so na efen Mussolini na wa ye ne ho detector na me no kasa ni din ya mo no politics uko Germany a papa ye fe ne Hitler Adolf Hitler munim de oyeye saa papa na ne ni din ya mo no German politics unim na onam German na wo Adolf Hitler ni din a bo wane a chew na yaman na mu efo yaman no na mu efo ena ye white wash Rollins ena obenya ba bi gina wo man no ena obehya ase ye ne ho tese no oye angel papa we ye wudi ni saa papa no oni na busuamfo nyina nipa bi a Rollins da ni din so wo Ghana man mu bia na wo senka ye mpam no mfiri man no papa we na say Ghana ye japade ne ye future papa we na say ni nyina enam pese min kuminya enam se ne maame ne papa anwade a ye wo na ote ahokyire mu nti no o se wo se ontumi nti ase se amanfo binom ho to won awudi a ye fe na wudie na ene ono ankasa beto na no mutu aka akire wo onipa otumi tena se nipa otumi tena se efa pen and paper etwere enipa maako 240 din a teacher for wom nurses wom carpenters wom military generals etimi kese yenkum saa nipa we nyina enfiro man no papa otumi epaja obi papa edristra aluprem ede brog sinsen no gya no topum emani wu papa enam no so nti na yenya fallen square ewo man mu papa enam ne so amanfo companies eseye egu ye amanfo hwiri won sika amanfo hwiri won abusuamfo amanfo hwiri won maame ne won papa no wo sisa papa no oye kononkono Jimmy Udini on te se mo so ye kononkono na moment Black Rasta the video way ye wi a me bebo video a we yam ko direct to Rollins me bebo video a kire wa ti asema Rollins beka se obitumi ka kire o se okum onipa bi because no ye naive okum nipa bi because obi bedi nipa no ho nkontompo kire no because of tribalism. I didn't send this for Mojamu no. Sa papa we nyuma phone or ye any wood ye no di ya Ghana buying ni Ghana mra ansheda antwena so wokwan papa bi so ama ne ho ankyere no manam fansu nyansa no eno na akodi sa nkrofo ye frɛ mo handisi fo mu a yentumi nka wo asɛm wo Ghana man mu Jimina na ehye papa wo eti ma bro ni baye pese me nkuminya me giafa me bokro no oman ne eye me de me ye voter ni me ye kokko kakra sin tuntumfo white supremacy na ebi shakwa wetim na etumi trase ema sabio bosomfo nya bosomfo bosom se bosom de se ya depa awudini kese a enti sei etumi white wash ne ho ebetena ho ene ka kire wo se me enkese me papa ye wudini na so kese papa ye wudini a wo se ni den who is in a Tauroslis I was saying kenshi mwase mo I was saying kenshi mwase I was saying kenshi woni wabusiamfo no nuanom nyina ase nyesa so was saying kayem pa mo mu firi Ghana man mu nka mo nkope baabi ntena eni kwanse nka mo ban Ghana man kura na nka mpese odo ho abaji politics ya amuku for years kakari TV sana ye twere no enke ni kwanse ma woro ni sa kwanya kura ma ne ban politics ne ma nanso enne die na yehu ne se owudini on to say Rollins how best say Ghana ye future in the name of onokomodeno amamfo ho tomo enti ono so pese enyo te se omo no enne ono ne ba yetima na kwanya ma ne betena parliament esam bedim Ghana fo atem se maye nkese ne papa ye wudini na me paache wo ne papa no amamfo omo hwere omo papa omo maame omo agapade omo fie ne na asefo no omo so de na yenka nkire wo etua yonko ho etua duam Senator Rollins etua yonko ho etua duam mon fere ade mu ade monya nkwasia party bi efre na NDC na omo support mo e na omo back mo e na omo cover mo mu e wo se nka munwane mfiri Ghana ma mu nkope baabi ntena e wo se nka munwane mfiri Ghana ma mu nkope baabi ntena kora na obi antimudin Rollins din a yetene wo man num no eye musuo mayen se yanhye Rollins abusua se mfiri Ghana ma mu ayama ne yeye da because the name Rollins is a sin eye bone bema otumi epoja ne nsasi form ne nansi form ekumu nipa for no reason just because she want to be in power na ye ja no ma ne ba etimbe gina parliament biema ebe so be politics na ene kire se ye anti democracy ase na de ya ne se enkrofo mo akosku mo nim Ghana history and these MPs etimi tena what etimi tena parliament defended Jody John Rollins say oye bofo emmoa Rollins ye bofo ye nka Rollins asem na mo wo he me na bia American and these MPs no bebre no omuni ni omosena omo amobra o omuni ene omosena omo amobra na yanoma sabio akamfo ne other tribe na yesenom ne yabusuamfo ye nananom abobra na omu bibidi no eye na ye papa we ne tamfo enti ye normal say wo awufri north ho ai muntara Mohammed ai hanu na idrusu no enye kwa ame nkroma nka school montumi anko because mo sene mu ni nom omo amobra no mo ahokire ayen akamfo no ye fa mu no mo ante mo amfiri because mo na mo dampatam ba ye no makamfo no na ye ninum ne yeso no mabre won ho asisi dan abiebie stores ebinum abiebie companies ebinum mo sika ankasa ebinum mo gold ankasa hye omo fie papa we bedi bone ba jeje sa Agyapade ni nyina afiri ensam na me no so mabusua bi a na nka wagina yie enam papa we ntino sa abusua na enne wakwa akoto fom enti won ti ase voter hene na wo kasa na won ti ase because won tuma mu bon woda so ti apata ase nti won ti ase de nti akamfo ye ni abere se Jolly John Rollins was a molder. Jolly John Rollins was what? Was a thief. Jolly John Rollins was what? A criminal. Jolly John Rollins is not needed to be what? Celebrated. Abusiamu tie video we na tie. Die nti akwa we ekokum AFRIFA. Tie ni ye.
He was retired. He was in his village. What did he do wrong?
It might interest you to know that AFRIFA was being provocative, and I had him locked up. And he wasn't feeling too good. So I said, they should send him to the hospital. And after he recovered, I remember very well, and the gentleman who was keeping an eye on him was called Dennis. He was also in Agyapong school, 1 or 2 years ahead of me. He was with intelligence machinery then, that he had recovered. He's okay now. What do we? I said, let him go home. And yet, later, had to be brought back. You see what I mean?
Why?
And to me, at you.
One or two.
Always say, Obi, one way. Now, the young couple know another adentia. Wait, Papa, we ought to say, Obi, provoke, Obi provoke. And for that reason, you know, on the Nipana Kwako to prison. And then, they were Kevin Terate, America. And I'll can't open. They were Kwasiampany Captain Smart to Ghana, radio, Sony TV, so anopa, or Sodia, attempt no die. Why the mamma Saquanyano? Papa, when Nebres was so be a provoke, or be provoked to a chinatu, and Camon Quasiafona, Mosemo de Mona Mano, Massimano, Camubenyano Namakasa. Ya mamo, Yensa, no more fire bassa. Wait, otimichi obi too because in the panic provoke no. Wait, also a saint or a angel. Ne so be mad. Momento asutie. The enti okum AFRIFA, General AFRIFA.
2 years ahead of me. He was with intelligence machinery then, that he had recovered. He's okay now. What do we? I said, let him go home. And yet, later, had to be brought back. You see what I mean?
Why?
One evening, I don't know if it was the evening before the departures had to take place. I went.
You mean the executions?
Correct. I went to see a respectable general of ours. In fact, someone who just missed, had a close, what you call it. He just escaped, being hurt, also being killed on that June 4th day. A man whose life was saved because I held him in very high regard. So I went to show him the list. I was in a very heavy mood. I remember where he sat, and I sat on, what do they call it, a couch. Those leather things people rest their feet on.
Yeah, the leather puff.
Correct. And looking away from him. And I'd given the list to him. And I was very, very heavy. I'm saying I couldn't hold back the tears because we had tried everything to prevent it. The executions of the commanders.
I was young here. Where Vima Papa with the can't list. So cast a list. Unim list to croak and wasem. So cast a list. And your list they go supermarket a cotton near Mau. Fatu Tim Yepa. A ya man for Papa we shed a fat pen ni pipa. A man for Papa we a fat pen ni pipa tre won dear good pipa so say obe kumwonyra. Look at the face that he's using to tell you, say the list. And yet the other cotton are they supermarket you. Enipa ye kukum won tie it was the list na kwachire general bi listen to what is happening.
And yeah, after about 2 minutes or so, I heard him behind me ask, and where's the rogue? Where's the rogue? The rogue's name is not on the list. So, I mean, this shocked me a little.
And did you know who he was talking about?
No. So I turned towards him, expecting him to say who he meant by that rogue. Because here you are, trying to prevent a situation with such a list. For him to be asking to an additional name, a name that was also not on the list, took me aback a little, you know. But I turned towards him and looking towards him. And yeah, so I was looking at him like, whose name is it? Who's the person? When he said AFRIFA. General AFRIFA. So I'm still looking at him. Like, he will have to say more. And what did he say? He said AFRIFA had been advanced a good load of money to wage a campaign against Agyapong's union government. Yes, at that time, I mean, things were pretty hot. And instead of using that money for that purpose, the money, incidentally, you know, as he said, came from an establishment within an organization in the West. I don't want to say the name now. And yeah, and instead of using that money to wage that campaign against Agyapong, he used it, according to the general, to edge out, what's his name, Mr. Pawili, who I believe was the leader of the UNC at that time.
Correct.
He edged out Pawili and took over the leadership of that party. I cannot recall, I wasn't too much into the politics of those days, but that's what he said. Whether it happened or not, I don't know. Oh, well, in politics, I guess that could be sinful enough, I guess. So I kept quiet, collected the list, and went away and did what I had to do.
Tio, Papa, we ought to wait. As a watcher, Ghana food dinner, Sandy Pano be come on my year. And you went to kill somebody. Abra unim sauti politically, you were not well informed. But because somebody told you something, you went to a statesman, you took him and you killed him. I took the list away and I do what I gotta do. Now, ne bakwa siabani to the parliament say you guni papa hufi. Who was your father? Was he a farmer or he was a modeler? So what is wrong if we say your father killed people? That is the reality. Well, or can it say the enyewe? Papa na ka enipa okumu want to say the enyewe. To say the one ye bibia. To say the eye normal thing. I got to do what I have to do. What he had to do was to kill somebody. And think and this new MPP and this new woman na no other former MP na or see all koye and this you know in kayen chinin kokuno. I and I say no Rollins or to we ne yere na na adjuman kredu Rollins a o free and this ekote ne party no in kayen kokum no. Etika wo Rodensia, wa bi wanuma ka say in 2016 abato ayekoto ye 1 to a man DC na ukoto ma sebio oyere party musika amonyane mo shen na so amonya nyina munya free NDC mu no enka mo so ye nkyem enkobo mutuo saazin tajman Rodens no e wo so nka na nuntum e wo se omra bonten na nka o meka nkyere Ghana fo se yenye den yemfa ne papa bone nche no opa Ghana fo achewo ne papa na di bone no anye ono a enye nkwase asem na ojura ha wo ka no General AFRIFA wakum no kwa. Let's listen to the video. Listen. Tie nkwase asem osho ye naif onimu nyansa nti okokum AFRIFA.
So did he add the name? Or did he ask you to then add the name?
It was obvious that his name would have to be added.
Okay.
Because we would have to make some serious sacrifices. And the guiltier you are, the easier it could be. And here you had a list of innocent good people as well who would have to die to save hundreds.
And this person was a general.
Sure.
How shameful to say, sir, innocent people were added to your list to kill them because you wanted to sacrifice them. Innocent people. Any poor money bonibia, you just wanted to kill them. And we should honor you as a former president. Ghana na Fuampa.
Is he alive?
Yes. Yes.
Is he still your friend?
Oh, no. You must have, in a way I was a little naive also around that time. It wasn't until later that I saw through what he did. What he said could very well have been true. However, I think he wanted that man out of the way, AFRIFA out of the way, because he felt, upstaged by General AFRIFA by virtue of the 66 coup. Until then, he thought he was a rising star, the point man for Western intelligence organizations. And now, the 66 coup haven't happened. I guess he's the one they are dealing with, and not him who he thought was more qualified.
But you took his word then?
Oh, I used to hold him in such high esteem. That's another interest. On one occasion, I was sitting with a major friend of mine when we were discussing the move that had to be made, especially the one pertaining to dropping the bomb on Agyapong. And in my conversation with this major friend of mine, or was he a captain then? What did he say? No, I said, Agyapong in a way had corrupted so many good officers and, pushed out some of the other good ones, the senior ones. So I was saying that this general, for instance, is one of the good ones who could be brought back if or when General Akufo takes over to assist him, in terms of bringing on board efficient, disciplined people. He was one. And this captain friend of mine, it was in the evening in his corridor. What did he say? No, we don't need such holier than thou characters. This shocked me a little because he belonged to a certain tribe, just like he did, and I belong to also another tribe. But he said, no, we don't need such holier than thou characters. And I'm saying that I was shocked because when again could you need holier than thou characters? At this particular point in time, when so much had been corrupted, personalities corrupted, and we know the climate it's created, there are not many left. And here's a very competent person you could bring on board, and you're telling me, holier than thou. I mean, who's compromised himself to such a point that you find a holier than thou character, intimidating? What were you going to ask?
So I was going to ask whether this person, is it still the general or this is another person?
Oh, no. It's that same general.
Same general.
He's a survivor. He's a survivor. The number of attempts he made on my life, and a few things. Read my book when it comes out.
Okay, we're looking for it.
I hope he'll be alive to read it. Oof. No, I'll stop here.
Okay. So, if I can conclude on that, so if it wasn't for this general, AFRIFA would not have been on the list.
No.
And so AFRIFA's name on the list was not your preference.
No, I don't think. No, when we compiled the list, none of us had him in mind. I told you what had happened. He wasn't too well. I had him detained and sent to the hospital. When he recovered, I told Dennis to send him home. AFRIFA was no part of it. But when you hold such a general in awe, you're just a young officer, thrust into a situation like this, and people have to go, and he tells you something like this, he would know. Yeah. And it's not illogical.
Right. Do you regret it?
No comments yet.
Yes. Abusia, enti mo Zenato, amon kanche ne se, ono ankasa, onko no nko bone papa video ni interview no ya na sase radio so no. Na ompe bi ntie. No ntie nsema efiri ono ankasa ne papa nanum firi mu baaye. Nsema ne papa kaaye, ho tan, awudi a odi ye, de ono ankasa confess se waye. Na omfa onu mom enkasa. Na onyai se ompese yebeka nokure no na ewo ho no yebeka yesi asem adanse ni ho a yetwa asem na bi na de ya adanse Rollins aka kire mpefe se ha ono ne kuma firifa aka kire se na owo list bi na ekita na sa list no so enipa omo so nya na opese onku wo ni nyina ne se no ye naive ni nyina ne se na opese on save Ghana bet ni bisawo Rollins savings ben or the Bragana man. Obia no di yokogare wo school. Obia ne papa ne maame anware nti no ntia wade ase no di kom. Eba ne se na Rollins abusua. Eye one of the richest family in the country. Enti that save na no de ba no. Kwam ben so na no de sa save ne ba. Aboye nkro no. Wadi yewu. Was say what? Yen future na ye building wase no enti kameti hai obi be kan asem kire me amenhwehwem me sori ya na mafatuo na makokum nipa no. If Senator Rollins don't know, she should understand say her father was not just a murderer. Her father was what? He was assassinator. He was somebody that people were hiring him to kill. Because no moja. Because no you'll be a disemian and dead. Because no you'll be a kum nana or pel kum. Now I say. Now Rollins ye kum kwana no pel kum. Nipa ye kum now Rollins ye hu. And I am fancy ye kum no na oni hobi no. Rollins may san kotwa video de breno na watena ne dan mu ahwe video no nyina kwan ya fa so ayekum nipa It is any power. How do you want to classify him? Ono ankasa no masa amba can't or maybe watch the war. Ono no say where he was not able to go to kill, he will send people plus a video man, a cameraman to go and what? Go and shoot all the video. Abra ye kum nipa no. Na ye de abra ne wo fie ama na tena ho ahwe video no. Ansa ne boato ne yam. Enti say nipa say, wo se ma yam frɛ ne say oye obi a kum nipa na adwene bɛn ene da utim. Na de bɛn pa na opese ye onka nkyere me. Ana yenye short memory o. Yenye short memory kura. Yenye short memory. Abusia yenhwe interview we Rollins. Nye interview we interrogation ewo Ghana court anim. Listen to what this man said about killing of people. Now I'm going to say ensuo nom. Na nipa kum na dana ba to say ensuo nom the man Rollins. Okum nipa without scruple. Okum nipa abra onwene ho. Okum nipa abra no hu to say the right thing to do. All can and then or can with the vem. Na onyare na tie, listen to him.
What work are you doing currently?
I'm unemployed.
You are a former president of the Republic of Ghana, but as far as your military career is concerned, can you tell the Commission when you were enlisted into the Ghana Armed Forces?
A year after I left school, I guess that could have been in 67 or, wait a minute, 62, 65, and 7. I guess I must have been enlisted in 67.
1967.
But the records should confirm
Okay,
whatever
sir.
it is. Yes.
Do you recall your officer's number?
1158.
Sir, as you are aware, you have been subpoenaed to produce certain articles to the Commission.
Yes.
The Commission has received evidence from Mr. Riyad Huzaifa that he filmed interrogations and executions of certain persons. The Commission now requests that you produce to it these film recordings made by Mr. Riyad Huzaifa at the interrogation and the killing of Corporal Halidu Jiwa, Lance Corporal Andrews Bamfusa Kodye Ado, and others at the Air Force Base, Accra, on or about March 1984.
If that was his claim, the closest I came to seeing anything near to what you're describing was an interrogation of one of the dissident groups. Prior to that was when some of them were brought from the Brong half of Sunyani region, offloaded. Then there was a Malik on the floor. I'm talking about the tape. And the next scene was, what you call it?
Sir, it's
Yes.
the Commission is asking that you produce it if you have it in your custody.
I'm trying to tell you that I don't have it.
You don't have it.
What I'm telling you, what I know about it, I have seen excerpts of it, but I cannot produce it. It could either be with late Warrant Officer W. Tete, between him and the security apparatus, or broadcasting, I don't know.
Sir, kindly go ahead and tell us.
Yes.
Abusiahwe o. Enti papa we. Enye se na opese yenkum nipa na asan o. Ye be kum nipa no. Ye ntwa ho video na ye mfa mra no ma ne nhwe. Ai. Nti won so narrate. The all cano e de ohu no video so. Enti no njira hobby, but because he was love with broad enti no. Ye kum nipa si ye ntwa ho video na ye mfa mra no nhwe. Momento aso na ye ntie.
What I saw.
What you saw.
Yes. It was mainly it must have been an interrogation of one of the dissident groups. And I watched a strip for about 3 to 4, 5 minutes about plots and plans and who, where, who landed what, and who provided what kind of equipments, etc. But I was a little too busy, so I switched it off and told the late Warrant Officer Tete, please, I think I've had enough of it. Could you please close it up?
Sir, can you tell the Commission who authorized the filming of these interrogations and killings?
It could have been anyone, but I know I was one of the key figures in authorizing, what's his name, Mr. Hozaife, because in those days we didn't have enough machinery within the Broadcasting Corporation to film activities that were going on around the countryside. And he was the only one who had a video equipment, you know, in those days. So he proved to be a very useful person in those days. So it wasn't just a question of filming things, activities that were engaged in within the units around the countryside, but most important of all, I'd say some of these issues related to intelligence matters, like what you're just talking about. Yes.
And where was he required to keep the tapes? In whose custody were the tapes to be kept?
Some of them I know, those I think probably having to do with the social and the developmental sector of activities, no doubt ended up with the Broadcasting Corporation, some of which were actually used. But I'm sure those that had to do with intelligence must have been done at the BNI outfit. Whether he did them or he taught somebody else to do them, that's another matter. And there was one very personal thing that I showed personal interest in and wanted to see for myself. That was when one of our fighter aircrafts landed, well, it dropped a bomb somewhere, landed on the runway, and the aircraft couldn't stop, as a result of which the pilot ejected. And that's when I invited him to please be kind enough to go and film as thoroughly as possible, you know, everything to do with that scenario. And that could still be with me. It may be amongst my collection of tapes, but a lot of those tapes really to do with social economic activities, I think must be with either the broadcasting, and in this respect, I'll say that it was most unfortunate that a fire incident occurred at the broadcasting at a certain period of time, and that was the second time. Whatever interpretations you want to put on it, if we want to analyze it, that's another issue we can talk about. Yeah.
Yes. Ntiwa papa we. Hey. Abusia, Ghana for ye lose. O man na da ho no. Chese obi abetima di nkwasiasem wo na afa de ho adifiri. How can you say you authorize people to fail? The video na wahwe wa hunu se ni ho. When the man command the house enye wo a, the ban se na e de brew. Entro. Nkontompo. All of a sudden, GBC ejatom. All of a sudden, GBC ejatom. There is no evidence to support. Entro. Wudini ayefeni wudini Lawrence. Ono nenuma sem na wuti momento ado. Yes, Paulina ntwima me akwaba. Safua Abdukarim me akwaba pa. Yemi apanyin samoroku no me akwaba. Ena Ken Dedo mo so me akwaba. Mame Diana Pia me che oyi pa mo akwaba. AAA me akwaba pa. Anderson Quincy me akwaba. British Nkansa me also akwaba pa. Sansona Demane Idrisu also me akwaba. Momento aso na ntie video no.
And so you haven't stated specifically, you believe it may be with the BNI or with RSM Tete or with the GBC?
Late RSM Tete.
With the late?
Yes.
You believe it's in his custody?
Yeah, if you're talking about the one that Mr. Huzaifa mentioned.
Yes.
And I believe that's something to do with the alleged Air Force Station interrogation, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And
I presume so, because an aircraft landed, etc. There was somebody else lying on the floor who was picked up by the beach during that dissident activity, and then the interrogation of this gentleman for about 3-5 minutes, talking about all these things, but I had a lot of things to do. So if that's what you're talking about, I think, I remember I did tell W. Tete, I think that's enough. Please send it back to whoever.
And do you recall those who you saw in the video clip at the time?
When the aircraft arrived, there were a number of personnel, soldiers on board, and I remember, what's his name? Jack Bebley was the one who was carrying, what's his name? Jiwa, who was carrying Jiwa, off the aircraft. And as he got down the aircraft, there was another one who had been captured, I believe, around the Pong, area. I think if you look into the records, you'll get the accurate information.
But you don't recall the name of the second person?
Yesterday I was asking, and Malik, he was called.
Right.
Yes. He was lying, on a stretcher, indulging in a lot of coarse invectives.
And do you know why he was on the stretcher? Did the video
I don't know. He could have been wounded.
Okay.
Yes. Because it was an encounter. Yes.
Please go on, sir.
And the next scene, like I said, was this gentleman. Actually, because what I did ask W. Tete, I'm more interested in what the dissidents had to say, because I was more interested in the manipulators, the plots and plans. Who are the hidden, people with, hidden motives behind them? Who are the ones who are, using soldiers as pawns, etc. So in the process of the interrogation, as they're talking, we might be able to discern something out of it. But somewhere, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, telephone calls, all kinds of things. So I just went off it and told Tete.
So what? Papa we say a friend so you would near a bem a broso. The other can contemplate or her video nina. Papa we ought to know who say a man for moja gufoma na a yenete. I moja and an hour. And moja ni name or in the name of say or no or ye hear me on Tiasi the entire Ghana for Bunum a wosika. Hiane wone so no onti ase se obi hoto no esene no enti se uyo obi a wugina wonan so kakra bi a na papa yi ama ya frew ye de ye frew no de ko ne nchen a onsan ma biem wo ye se wudwane nso a ne yakochew jiwa na oka na asem no ye kochi no bokina e wo fene se Cote d'Ivoire ne doma area ho Sampa area ene ye kochi no e kokum no osunyan enti o ma ye kotwa video bra na se oba behwe bi enso ene otiwose onim onkai ni ure firi na wukum nipa wuwu no se de na ehia wo ene se yese o aircraft anya incident nti amanfo papa ne amanfo wo fa no ma na papa wo ye kum wo basabasa no na emfa ne hu helicopter na anya problem na ye ne hawo wudini Jonathan Lawrence o ma me no papa omo ya wudifo omo ye bronsamfo mo e wo se nka mudin ye ntwam mfiri Ghana man mu agye Enoch me wakwa abapa twene boa Sofia me ma won so akwa ba bra kwasi asamoya wo ha me wakwa abapa ma me Christian boatema me wakwa abapa ya mo wo se nka mudin ye ntwam mfiri amanyo semu Ghana man mu ye na ye gya mo makofa bronsamfo andisifo begu eso an ye bre ye hihye na omo se no said the Yeshisha Ghana Maya Rodens by your best say no. The same character and this if we hit our a woodie chrono someone pesemin kuminya a dokoro to the highest level. Now Abujamin found here. Yawa papa way a tukuba
lower sentence.
Papa we find a tukuba. A woodia Rollins edi ye nyina papa we na no di anim one no ne di bo obeka na num asem so utie ade a Rollins ye nyina was about tribalism akamfo anya omo ho oro no voter for munya nya omo ho nti onte ase na ye babetie kwanya Rollins fa so say papa wo ya adwene e ma ne di bone ensem o kan kire papa wo adada o dada no e ma ne di bone ene a kire no sen na ekosi papa wo obeka ne nyina mumenya aso na yenti papa wo ne nsem odinam momenti.
At that time was divided into two, Rollins and his group going to the IMF and these socialist boys. So we were hanging with these socialist boys to see whether still we can do something about the whole thing. Because it was Ghana first. And so if...
Are you sure it was Ghana first?
Yes, after that, when this thing didn't work. Because the students all left the schools and they were carrying cocoa. The workers, even President Kufuor, he joined the revolution, Bar Association. Everybody was interested, Father Damois and the rest. Everybody thought that, yes, okay, whatever the situation was, let's come together and see whether we can propel this nation. And so things were going on all right until the judges' matter came. And that is where the front was divided.
What happened to those judges?
Those judges were picked up under the instruction of Rollins.
Aha. Say, judge for your come wasemi. Eye, judge for me and sana. Na mame kuranten eka ho a. Ye fa omoko kum wo mo. Etwa agya to wo body mu a. Yakopon bo omo a. Sabio ensuo eye dai. Eto ya omo anye dai. Omo nipadua na nhye. Momentie the enti I nam so ema Rollins esisa sa judges way ekokum okwa momentie.
I must be frank, there was a meeting and almost all the members knew about that they were going to be arrested except Brigadier Nunu Mensah at that time, Chris Atim and Father Damois. The rest all knew that they were going to be arrested. But as for the killing, I cannot say it is Rollins or it is another person who did it, or the wife. But then the keys, the keys to the car was given to Amatekwe by Rollins' wife. And the car was stationed at Rollins' house 2 weeks before the operation. So what evidence do you need again? And they were picked up. Curfew time will know that nobody goes out unless you are these paramilitary people, ambulances, or you have a curfew pass.
Right. Coming to talk about, think, you know, you talking about the 4 judges. There are names.
3 and 1.
Three
plus
judges
the retired
and then
major.
retired major. Jano, Jandu, Seko, Senya, Amatekwe.
And America.
And America.
Yes.
Who later escaped into exile.
Yes.
They were used as scapegoats.
Yes.
But in your book, you also made mention that there was a news that came to Rollins where he popped champagne.
Yes.
Is that what triggered you to think he was involved in the killing?
Yes, I believe it. Because what I saw was that Brigadier Nunu Mensah, he told Amatekwe to go and release them. And then he said that he has dispatched them. You see?
Why were they killed?
They were killed because, like I said, this indemnity clause thing. After 4th June, Rollins and his group said that nobody should appeal the sentences of the AFRC convicts. And this appeal court judges, 3 of them said, no, this was wrong. So let us look at it again. Even Dr. Leman was afraid to open that case. And then, when they look at it, some of them were freed or some of them were given lower sentences. And that made them to be offended that, hey, we have made a law. Why do you people go and do it? And that is why. After the major was the one who was personnel. He was working at G-Hawk, where Amatekwe was working at Tema, G-Hawk. And he was picked up because when Amatekwe and the workers marched from Tema to Parliament House to 10 tables and they ate their lunch, you remember that a board of inquiry was formed. And that major was sitting on the board, and he recommended that Amatekwe and some of them should be sacked. And so Amatekwe, they added him. So it was this AFRC convicts which were, that was the main problem, and that's why they caught them. But in addition to that, other people too were going to be picked up. There were about 250. So Flight Lieutenant Odoy was the security coordinator stationed at State House. I went to him with Panama. We talk about it. He said, no. This was not the meaning. They were going to be picked and then locked, not to be killed. But they asked to the kill, and I'm saying that it came from Rollins and the wife, you see, particularly because he popped champagne. Do you pop champagne to celebrate, or do you pop champagne when somebody, you are mourning somebody, the death of somebody? They come and tell you that they have despised them, meaning they have killed them. Then you go and bring champagne, a passion, and start drinking. What does that signal? The wife was wearing white. You see? All this thing came to light. So that is how I can conclude it, that they were killed because Rollins and his wife wanted to avenge why they have given a law and then it was tampered with.
During all the time,
say women can say me a video no. Into Rollins, ye kum mami or ye day. All man a band for ye kum no. Not Jerry Joe Rollins a pompo champagne. I didn't hear Judge for the mere ye juma. Ye kumobi because or ye demonstration. And yen kamu and this funky ye kum munina. And quasi a demonstration of my and another danko kufuado breso. Freedom at the amamu moye diamope. But munipo dibo and the muscle men kind of wasem. Abusha man question in video no. They said be a betiasia, never ye follow up. Could be an interrupt. I am tiasia ye. Women video no yina. We are near beautiful last not to.
You thought you were going to prosper. Rollins misled you, according to yourself.
Yeah.
And you're in the rest, including Akatapori.
Yeah.
You had him on numerous occasions where you could have taken him out of government.
Yeah.
Why did you still allow him to stay in? By also listening to Akatapori, why didn't you turn him over? Why didn't you say, we want a probably new government to be formed, get Rollins out of there, and form a new government? Why couldn't? Because at one point, you bashed into the State House, met Rollins, and he was shivering, according to yourself.
Yeah.
However,
the castle.
However, and you made mention to, is it Awuni?
Yeah, Baba Awuni, Captain
and
Baba Awuni.
You told him you could have been the head of state. Did you believe you could have been the head of state?
Yes, I could have been the head of state. Even I took over the broadcasting house, remember?
Right.
And then I signaled that they should bring him. So I could have announced for myself. But to be very sincere and honest with you, I didn't know what to do. You see, if
you had Dumakunya Mitchell with you. You had so many people with you. Why couldn't you probably, because the man had lied to you.
Yes.
He had misled you into this chaotic situation where people were killed.
That is
your
true.
Own friends, you saw them.
Yes.
Including innocent people.
That is true.
Why didn't you rethink the situation?
Yeah, at a point we were trying to do it, and then it didn't work. 28 October, we were trying to shoot him up. And then one guy who is still with them now, Rollins was bringing some of the gold from Obuasi. And then we put the cascavel and mounted it towards the helicopter. So one of the boys who was with us, he told another guy, and then they told Rollins, and Rollins just flew the helicopter. When he was coming, he flew it and went and landed at Air Force. So that was one point. Then another point too, we try again. We try several times to get him. But you see, with this thing, if you do it with others, it will leak. I could have gone to do it myself, or like 2-3 people. But immediately you broaden it, it will get leaked. That is the unfortunate thing about these things.
In your book, you also made it quite obvious. You were the most feared person by Rawlings.
Yes.
In the army. Is that the case?
Yeah, that is the case, because I was the person who drove him from this thing, 37 Military Hospital. How he came to power, it was the late Atta, the mortuary man. That is where Rawlings met me and Bafa, and I took him in an ambulance. We were going through Elwak, the ambulance put the siren, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Then when we reached the Reki regiment, the MRS, then we diverted to where the electricity is. And then I put him in my room. So from my room, I was able to organize the rest to the assembly area. An assembly area is where troops assemble to give orders. So I sent him there, and the rest came and joined. And I was the one who led him to seize the ammo cars. And I was the one who was the first person to release the shot, you see? And I was the one who led him to go and then see whether we can take Le Mans to the broadcasting to announce. Unfortunately, when we reached there, Le Mans has gone, you see? So he feared me because I didn't just plan it, but I was active in everything.
Are you taking all the glory?
No, I can't do it without my friends. Actually, Aduma Kunyameche, as you said, there were Erika Sare, there were Brahma, there was Baba Kankani, Akadema, there were Ato Wusu, Adam Sake, or the Reki boys, we did it.
You are quite good in remembering all those people.
Yes, yes.
Instances where you were ordered to kill a lot. I remember in your book you were supposed to lie people down and run them over by their waists with an ammo car. You refused to do that.
Yes.
Why didn't you do the same thing for a lot of people that were killed? Why didn't you put them in prison or something else? Why did you kill so many people?
Well, to be very sincere with you, during the shooting, I cannot say I didn't kill, because it's either you kill or be killed during the fighting. Because don't forget that it wasn't just a ride over. There was a lot of resistance. First came the military intelligence. They were following us just like that, trailing us. And then from time to time, we stop there and deflate their cars and collect their keys. Then it came other units like engineer regiment. And then we went to brigade when Major Nantoma, the late, he was firing the Kagu staff himself. And then we went to Mass. And this Kenejukonuku, he deployed the military academy, those who were under training. So we had it very, very tough. And so in that instant, I can't say I didn't kill anybody, because if you don't shoot, you'll be shot. But after the revolution, I can swear to my number God that I've never killed anybody with the rifle, apart from the fighting. Yes, but there were other killings. People settled scores. And Rawlings himself, he settled scores, which we know.
When you last met Rawlings, before the RNT,
the National Reconciliation.
Yeah, before the reconciliation meeting. Before that, I'm talking about just after the revolution. You met him?
Yeah, I met him.
And you were incarcerated again. You got arrested.
Yes.
And the whole army stood behind you.
Yes.
For you to be released, or else
they will move.
Exactly. Why didn't you allow them to do that?
Well, it was one Captain Babawuni, as I said, and then one Major Yache, because they were Northerners. They thought that they could talk us down. So they took me with helicopter. It was this man, Brigadier Kwenu, and the rest, sent me to them. Colonel Yachi, he was 5BN commander. And so he appealed to me that it is better for us to talk rather than take over, because everybody was ready. So when I went there, I wanted to move them and Captain Babawuni. And that is why last minute, Captain Babawuni followed me. If he and the colonel, or they follow us to the prison, because they have let us down. Even when they were coming to arrest us, we wanted to fight. And then, I mean, including Saya Akatapore, he was saying we should stop. We were ready. Even Babawuni was ready that we should fight when they were coming. We deployed, ready. So that is what happened. And I couldn't do otherwise, because I was always, the problem with me, I like discipline, so I try to listen to my superiors.
What has happened to Akatapore now?
Akatapore, the last time I met him, he was in Ghana. He's maintaining a low profile because he doesn't want to, he wants sleeping dogs to lie. But I told him that unless this matter is brought up, we cannot put it under the carpet, because the Northerners, they don't want to see some of us. It was recently through this thing, a nephew I'm living with. He is bringing me towards the Northerners. When they see me, they want to scheme me why I have to overthrow my own brother. So I'm privileged to be here to explain that I didn't start it, but I was brainwashed. And when I saw it was too late, I wanted to take action. And that is why, since from there, I never stopped fighting. I was in there, and June 19th, I was the guy who started planning it before we went to the broadcasting house, and then things fucked up. And when we went to exile, I came back again with Alidu Jiwa them, and they were caught.
Okay, on whose orders was Lieutenant Asare executed?
It was Rollins.
On Rollins'
Yeah.
Why what I still cannot contend is the killings. Why? He's in power already. People have surrendered. You've taken over. You've formed government that was ruling. Why the ongoing killing?
Well, on the part of Lieutenant Asare, they were actually coming to take over at the broadcasting.
Okay.
He came with that Rollins said he should come and take over the command. And so the boys there, Agyapong, Awene, Adumakunyamiche was there, and then America was there, Matthias Kujo, and the rest. So they arrested him. That how? Who were the people who brought about the revolution with Father Buga and the rest? And so we are guarding here. Rollins said you should come, and he didn't tell us. So they escorted him to the Gonda Barracks. And then they say, did you ask this officer to come and take over? So Rollins asked him, officer, am I the one who asked you to go and take over? He was there. I say, did I ask you to go and take over power at the broadcasting house, command? And so when the officer didn't talk, he said, people like this, what do you do with them? Take him away. By that, it translates to mean that they should go and kill him.
Who killed him?
Well, it was it's difficult.
Did you kill him?
No, I didn't.
Who killed him?
It was Alidu Jiwa, but he's also dead now. Yeah.
Are we trying to put every sort of
dead people
on the dead?
Dead people don't talk. So let's assume that he did it.
Let's assume that he did it.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. In this humbling situation where you have so much regret for people that were killed during your time, at the reconciliation meeting, you have come out quite strongly and apologetic.
Yes, because I believe that I have so much blood in my hands. You see? Can you see blood?
Definitely. And is that why most of you guys tend to be pastors and
yes, a lot of them, and a lot of because there's no day without you thinking about it, because it wasn't meant to be like that. It was meant to be a paradise on earth, like an Ethiopia. Talking about the resources we have, gold, diamond, bauxite, cocoa, and all those things. And then it was a question of mismanagement. So if these resources are properly harnessed, we would have come out to that. But the whole thing was a kind of hoax. Rollins and the wife and his friends, they came to make money, as you can see today. One of the Forbes books, they say that he's one of the richest people. And then you ask yourself, people who took loan with 50 cedis and you line them up and shoot Makwele women, our mothers. 2 tins of milk, geisha, plichat, that time they called them essential commodities, were short. And today, how many houses do you have? How many cars? Talk about in Sawam, Canary. Talk about rubber plantation. Talk about the Black Star Line. And talk about what and what and what. Lapan Beach and what we don't know. Was it worth it that we took part? And that makes us to be what we are. You see that I am very, very strong now because I was able to go to the national reconciliation. And I told the Ghanaians the truth, the same thing I'm telling you. And I asked them that I asked for forgiveness. And alternatively, any punishment that they deem it that I should face, I was prepared. They clap hands for me because I said the truth. I'm sorry. You can't bring these people back. We've been prepared to be hanged because, yes, that is it.
Do you think you should face any punishment for, because you tend to still accept that mere apology to the people is enough?
Well, if the people of Ghana deem it fit, after me coming to the national reconciliation and narrating all these things, if they still think that that is not enough and they want to punish me, I'm ready to face any punishment.
It's a whole lot. And I think I'm quite honored to have met you. And a lot of people that have different perception about you, in terms of you being a criminal, in terms of you killing willingly, and in taking delight. You have the privilege to now tell them what you really think and what a good man you are.
Yes, thank you very much. Like I said, I have never killed anybody physically like that without any cause. But in battle, either you kill or be killed. And so I cannot say I didn't kill anybody during the fighting. On our side, we lost people during the assault to the broadcasting and other places. And then the enemy too, they lost people. But I take responsibility because I was the one who Akatapori talked to. And then I recruited the people for Rollins and Rollins himself. And I was the one who released the first shot. So I take full responsibility. And so when the national reconciliation came, I went there willingly, and then I stood before them. I even wanted to meet Rollins. I met Chikata, and when Chikata was trying to play game, he brought a complete lawyer, Oba Asamoah, and Asamoah was not there. Asamoah came later on. He was the workers at this thing, TEMA, this defense committee. He was a coordinator. And they rejected him. And when he came, he was wearing Wellington boots with some Chanchamba car. The Kwame Nkrumah type, Burum Burum. I was the one who matched him to Rollins. And you are coming to tell me that you are coming to defend Kojo Chikata. And I know how Kojo Chikata's car was stolen and bent. I know the people who did the action. So what are you coming to say? And when I brought that, he said, my lord, arrest my case, no more questions. Because if they wanted I would have revealed the whole moon.
Okay.
You see? And Rollins, he didn't come. I was there till I left. He never came, because if he came, the same moon I will reveal. Because I know more than...
How do you feel when he actually denied you entirely? And he's not done it just at the reconciliation meeting. He's done it on several platforms.
Yes.
He said he does not know you.
Yeah, he said he does not know me because he's a coward. That's what I can say. After me doing all this thing for him, he knows very well that when he meets me, I will just tell him certain things that he would like the F to open and he will enter and bury himself. And he hasn't stopped there. You see, if I were the only person that you can say that he has used or I was being deceived, then it will be okay. You saw what happened to Aka, and you saw what happened to President Kufuor. Up to today, he has started it. He actually sent meals to his grave. You see? And when Muhammad came...
That is a serious talk.
Yes, he sent meals to his grave.
What do you mean by that?
Since he wanted the wife to stand, and when they went to Sunyani, the wife didn't win. Since then, he has never stopped condemning meals. He insulted meals everywhere, used opportunity. The man was sick, and then he was doing his best for the country, and Rawlings was on him till he died. And during the condolence, you saw what he said. It was an omen for him to die. It was God sent that Mills died early. Otherwise, the party wouldn't have been what. How can somebody say something like that? A former head of state. That's why I say he sent him to the grave.
Should Rawlings have ever given you those ornaments, the gold, the diamond, because he seemed to be very particular about that, even when you were in the broadcasting station? Would you have been so much against him and his family?
Actually, that was when he said we're going to prosper. I wasn't thinking about me as a person, but the whole country, because during that time, some of these ideas they were giving us, Chachu, Atu Austin, and the rest, they made us to believe that we have gold, we have diamond, we have bauxite, we have manganese, we have cocoa, and we have arable land. And it was only because of mismanagement. That is why we are where we are. And so if we manage these resources properly, then we will get a situation whereby it will be like here, whereby there will be a welfare state, and then the rich will also be there, pay taxes, and it will be channeled for like the private sector. And what that means is that there will be food, clothing, and shelter, not forgetting about education, which is vital for development, and health. You see, housing for the workers, not that he will give the workers money, but create conditions whereby people will not be coming here for jobs. You see, that is how I was thinking, but not individually. Because if you look at the country, it has been like that from day one. I didn't know about Kwame Nkrumah because I was very young. But much as some of the people, the head of states, were trying to do the right thing, people around them are just jostling. It's happening even right now, as you can hear news. So if we have that mentality, we are not going forward. I'm not saying that here there's no corruption, but they create the structures whereby you cannot steal for 1 or 2 years. You'll be fished out. You see, in no way, for example, the institutions are there. So if you try to drivel them, you can do it for some time, but they will bring you out. And that is what I was thinking.
Yeah, but you know, in as much as you talk so profoundly about others, Rawlings is quite a prominent man who is being hailed all across the country by so many. I mean, you can agree and disagree with me that NDC will not probably come to power without the support of him. So why is it that with all the sort of atrocities he's committed, the things you allege that he's done, he still get the support?
One is because the way he was able to eliminate those who brought him to power. Not only me. It includes Akatapore, it includes Chrisatim, it includes everybody who started with him. He eliminated everybody. And so he was a Napoleon. And number two, those people, 81 to now, they were not born. A lot of the voting population, it's about 35 years. Some of them have got children. They didn't know the story. So I'm now saying that he's popular because all these people grew up to know it's only Rawlings. Until some of us come out, like Nana, like me, saying that no, wait, he's what he is because he was able to silence all dissent. In Rawlings' time, what Anas is doing, he can't do it. And what all those people are doing, they can't bring all these things out. And so that is where he was able to be what he is. And the second thing is that he was able to pitch one tribe against another. You see, he's a good manipulator. And he hasn't stopped up to now. You can see it for yourself.
How is he doing it now?
He's doing it because he was able to do it to Aka. He was able to do it to Kufuor, and Kufuor didn't give him chance. When Kufuor won, in fact, he said that we shouldn't come, the exiles. Can you imagine? When Kufuor brought Sulemana, Yaya Muadini, and Major Sita, he was anointed. That was the beginning. So up to today, nobody has ever given us amnesty, let alone compensation. All those who went to exile. And I'm saying that the military intelligence, and I can say it, that day they did a very wonderful job. They were following us from beginning to the end. And these people were doing their job, fighting for the state. And you came up and locked them for 3 years. And no government has come to sincerely say that these people, let's look at it again.
You talk about amnesty and compensation. Do you really believe you should be compensated?
For me, if they don't give me, it's okay. But the soldiers who were casualties because of us, they should look at it properly. You see?
Can you name some of them?
Yes, the military intelligence, and also some of those people who went to exile because they arrested me and then they took to arms. All of them were locked, half of the Reki regiment because of me. And all these people, they haven't got compensation. So if they...
Yes, Abusia, yenyina yatie nsem na ba. Ya be phone lines na tomotum frɛ na wa kyerɛ wadwen. Afa nsem awate. Rollins, he wasn't a saint. Rollins wasn't an angel. Rollins, no nye ni papa bia e wo se yemfira na ntoma fitaa. Rollins no ye wudifo. No ye wudifo pa. Odi bone sika ene ahunyanti o sei Ghana man no. Enti ye kan etumi ka sinipe onye ni papa wan wa mwaga na man ye sheda ye den eja ye ho mane deceive ye said the NDC for ye ne ya sa na mote omo asefo nyina sa na mote abushema bi phone last na tum utumi frɛ na wa ye den wa kyerɛ wa dwen yeah Mike Van Fode mo akwa papa yes mamu nyina akwa abasan so da mo ase na mo bre yakasa fa Kennedy Agyapong ho abura wadi MPP amanyokuo yakasa fa NDC ho sabio nipa mo di bone a ode won bone eche won ena ya bepɔ brother say wudi okata na ni di Ghana fo mpanyimfa na omo anya omo ho just because he said say no ye wonu fira busua sikanim enti to him no eni kwanse nipa fufuro bi o Ghana man mu enya na ho unya wo ho pɛ brothers eba behwehwe waku bewe wachi akwan abepewo abowutuo asan lie firing squad said ye tibia kwan obefa so obeku bia no obeye na waku na ya trasi ache ye ko 3 hours Enti abusua meso se bo modena na o hwe video nya na like mame. Ye doso na ye hwe video no betia ya like ye shapa. Enti meso se bo modena na like video no mame na ye nko ye nim. Ye mame efre. Yes, woman fafko we na ye nto ado. Hello. Mame mo kwaba. Apomo ye de. Pacho ye no nso e. Amen.
Na adie ewie nyina mahwa adie ya ya video ya wi mehwe ni nyina na mesahwe na nadumako nyame chanso so edie no na se wohwe video ni mi no be so nsadwa ko wom bra
Amen.
Avreho a Rollins bano de wanya ho sa toto abo ede ba park ne so jese ahmeti wutimi se abanti Matthew Agambaga ya uyi jese wutimi se wo ye naive.
I am very naive, very, very naive.
And 19 years, boy. Na ye akwa we yetimi ada wo mu a blood wash wo mu. Na to the extent say was sika na ode ma no kura no. Sika no o sika mu no. Sika no kura sha. Jese wutimi say na sika no kura nye sika mu bia. E ma ni ko hu ne maame. E ko kra ne maame. Enu aka che ne maame se wo ko ebi obetimi aba ebi a wontimi mba na echire no wo hu se Gaddafi kura sika wo de ma Rollins kura so mfa me yeku no enye sika ketwa na chese eno no nko an wo deceive wo mu nyina ta
otwa mu nyina boy one na yere nkwana na omunim the reality. Yes,
eno mu fair sika no bra and I would say Ghana and so no. Ye wo man bia ye serious.
David, ye serious kura.
From day one. Ye serious, including Limai. Because said you all cano. Limai no kura no. One ehuni say ye na Limai no Rollins say ye no. Now pursue two abai no day egu. But one take it seriousness biara. Because Uwe ya was it Rollins no mu do mu kwa Chimota Forest.
Yes.
And that nice limousine car be buy. Nice limousine car no buy and Rollins no ko dweti katakacho so wo mu kwa ba. Wo mu ko e no buy e ko kasa wo car ni mu buy. And wo mu ba ka kire wo mu say Limai na na take car ni no. Na Limai say ono ane party for no ha no. Enu nti amani ntumi emu wo man no. Eti Limai say ye omubetu aban ni mu. Na wo wia wo mas wasade wo mu aba wa bra asemwe. Enti asie wo mu.
David.
Abra wo ba wo guy wo anhu Limai pese o nipa no ne te ho. Eti wutimu say Rollins ne de domo de wo mu plan say de boy no ba ntina say no wutimu say guy no ayene ya maybe who ni say wo hear voices.
Oh, I say wo hu so wadi bone wa ye de na ense ne fata.
Because say the all cano a nipa base 200 and something wo mu sie wo mu Achimota Forest ho no.
Yes.
Ni nyina osa asam no kra wo ka kra na acheze. When we kra wu de wo pa achakosi wo mo di bone ankasa. Bone de Rollins wo di bi. Na nadumako nyameche eka ekwanya enu sanya mana na ehanti wo mu a jiwa no mu dwane ko Abidjan wo mu ye wo ma dwen se wo mu saba. Unfortunate for them na Rollins no mo dua obi wo mu.
Yes.
Eti plan na no wo mu plan ni nyina no.
No
Na nipa no send ma wo.
I know all feedback.
Sa na boy girl na o ka se ne papa nye wudi ni no. Ebra wo mu chill jiwa no. Odomtoni ni say omu hankofu jiwa ene sa akode.
Yeah.
Ena straight omu de no omu call Rollins wo castle. Rollins na brim wo mu. Brim jiwa. Ana jiwa ka kire ne se nyese ye wa hankofu na wonu nko ntime mo no. Na wonim se wu ku no. Na mom jiwa fo bebere beba aba be no. Rollins na bro me pa cho videos no o me se echina yi ni nyina.
Send them a
Rollins na bro woni jiwa ne sa akode ma no. O wie ye no ana o ma what I say wo mu nkoku mu o mu shoot wo. It was o mu the second in the twitwa jiwa ne sa akode.
Yes.
Twa wo mu into pieces. Enti Zaneto onka na ntum na bonini awudi a ne papa die no. Ghana ye wo man a ye kasa saa ne ejai.
Ye twaso, yes.
Ye twaso. Obia na nke ye krobi te se Germany ni ade a. A hitra kura no. Yesu na busuani kura so na ma.
Na untimi money dream po, ni din keke untimi.
Ghana ye lose.
Yes.
Ana yetimi ejama Rollins ane namwa asa ana me celebrate 4th June echina me celebrate 31st one. Tesa wutie ankwale ya sama wo mu kan ya papa Rollins na akwa wonye ku da wono ani ku a wotante ya ya baako 15th of May ayi. But what the na there any brainwash na boys yi adwuma ni nyina edema no. Uwie tese nipa no ye wakum wo mu nyina.
Ai. Wow ho edene kakra wo mu bia na watu na ni asi so be yi wa firi o.
Otu na ti osusu akum wo mu nyina na wo mu ayaka nso nyina do mu awura. E na Rollins an afa Ghana abọ ne bo. Na ode Ghana asoa. E na afa Ghana ene ne wo no abeye sikani.
Ai. Chompa.
Timitu halukota ko obuase. Obi a wo kum nkrofo so obi a 50 cedis e bosia de na bo edua ho akunu. Utu halukota ko obuase ko fa gold.
Ai.
Na wo dia ba. Gold ni ye wo dia. So say avreho. And then just say my and the whole day me dampa so saa na me hwa ade me chese me ntimi nyame ho hwe. Bragana ye mobo.
Ye mobo pa. Ye nimu ma ye wi free nsam ntam. Ye nti asem.
Amene NDC ejina so the Rollins ade na wo ye no na NDC di ye yo.
Repeated. The history repeats itself. Wa mo wani na ho.
Ohun sa kani enya ne ho a osiboi.
Menti ase.
Ohun se obi eye na adwuma enya ne sika esiboi. Na onu wo kubeto obi a wanya adwuma da. Etimi ha dan one na asio. Na wo ko interview. Wotimi asesa enkrofo documents. Wo bag kese bi na ne
ah bag mienu se miensa so. Akese pa mienu.
But one one tenancy agreement we jeni.
Ai.
Ankwasi astem we ekuro so. Sanya Ghana. One one for tenants property documents. One by year duma.
Ai.
Wasi se gubag mu de kwa kugu o mu animu asio. But one tenancy agreement. Common tenancy agreement. Wo tenant na wo ha dan. Una bo ho bai. Enya landlord.
I say landlord there. Or crap that just fee any there. Until when on the bo ho bai so wa high now tip.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wajani fi wa fanko. Wobi ni ne tenant ne landlord. Ne landlord no so ye hwan.
Oh, you don't kasa na japa there. You don't kasa na japa there.
Exactly. Tell America nanka ye wo ma papa bi a e ge be pen landlord no because e dan no ho no dan no sika na wo mu tua ne monthly no e kura hwehwe hu se ne landlord no kwa wo tua tax.
Yes. Say asema ba ho. Ai. Wodo
ho ba. who say we pay tax.
Aye, so
Because the landlord is making a lot of money of you know.
From rent.
I think exactly. I think you better who say the landlord will pay tax. Just say I thought I know what that crown was surrounded upon now what you know who say who free Ghana na uraho.
Yeah, of course, because mama, it is same dia grow. It is same dia grow, papa. It is same. Yeah, we don't take things serious.
Who is the landlord?
Aye.
Landlord no. Ye no. We pay tax the crada no or the high no. You come have who mortgage. First one no. You who say a residential mortgage.
Yes.
The one who to act them a your property out. Who was second mortgage and not going to tax the uchia.
Yeah.
Agana de Yajai Bibia, Chesanoa say Yajai, and a new packet to every another. And a woman is what a guy was who they are good to inside the traps against traps.
Yes. Traba big
exactly.
Yeah.
And the guy, you know, one the Australian Yasa one to the crew, Limaya by or feeling guilty.
Yes.
Or feeling useless.
Yes.
One or I'm saying, or dash around of maybe a wound dear one. A dear now, woman, wound dear one. And Tibra, just a walk as a walk on.
Yeah.
Who be dear, walk, and a banner dear one, Yanafo.
I went Yanafo,
because your money by your MP, Mrs. Me who say will be to especially the Kumase, say me who say will be to a Bama Rollins. Na eyema ko my jack. Shadia Rollins di ebeye Kumase pa ebe bomba adeja so ma ekuma frifa but what can I can say me say bra me na me come to e wi ase na frifa ni nua ba NDC
sir.
Yes.
As in when as answer your mystery.
Yes. Ebesi yes, Nimia Banner would buy NDC. And you know, a mobile goes I because in Nippon, someone,
I am fancy serious.
Yes, you're serious. And to me, I have my major, when you mean count only at my power, you may do this.
Medasi Bremame, Uncle Pon Council. Bye. Yeah. I wish you were afraid to be a mefro. I will call everyone. To say a fire me upon you in some kuno. Aye. If we are near far, your brother on the software. If you know, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Pastor. Yeah, Pastor, we are from. Hello, Ofa.
Hello, Ofa.
Hello, Ofa. Now, sir.
Boko.
Yeah, the young couple.
They say, oh, boy, Monty, oh, boy, Papa, Yamisha. Say, Rollins Bazana Tonidi, I think a gun, a Kapakwa, I think, okay, be. When you because if Papa would give me, if Papa you poop, if Papa would give me and Kapa.
Of course.
Because if you pass, my young workers are not the young. Yeah, interview.
Aye.
And someone walk a camera, and you have to go.
Dabi, and some more.
Oh, I tell me more do have a kind a book be a permanent Agyapong or Britain. Obviously, was it the BB state of blood or so, the BBB. One that was a book make kind of book, no. Utu candidate that and one book, no. Utu candidate actually. Now the madam for doctor be of ophthalmologist already. But the man who Benny was so priority at them. And I'm saying a book with a cocaine. And I'm the man, a man called Yibium, or to Python, my medium called Yibium. And your first royalty will be dear with papa. And you will do something. And your cousin, or your daughter of a murderer, a right.
Yes.
Why, I'm pardon, your cousin, Papa, and a bishop.
I know you can't need.
And that's why because the way we didn't, if you answer a deep to be anyone between the amount. We are comfort, a different for being no between the amount. Next time now, that no war is going. I don't know what they are fine study NDC for because at the end of every AFRC, PNDC, and they will do NDC.
Yeah, yeah.
And Francophone and another one. The Mukian woman have Mama, and then it became Mama. I can say, your friend say, I say, 24. Let me, or see your friend say, one saw Emma and Copo Nigan Sika, and you're going to come off. It is how already now our formula. One more by this says, Kenina, says Canua, a month for you. One, Conoma, or no mamma, or Bonabini.
On chassis on the fear.
Or comfort,
on chassis on the fear. No more.
Yes, one chassis on the fear. Obi so kuja tower or coche
Okujato. Okujato.
Well, comfort one na ya comfort okuja to brapa. Obi say, be ju woman chassis. But to say, Royce ye wuboko. The year crowd was Mrs. Me can I say, all the person will do 120 years. Answer the woo. Now the water, number 4 bar with thee. When you call Kumnipa, who pursue 120 years as well.
After Okuma, a month for a year and
I work for Mano. What would the woman 30 years, 40 years, rather, you could come over. Sakagana is still okay to fabric to be any 12 politics.
Yeah, of course.
I can't never know. Sure, was so Ghana.
Yeah. I'll be back with that prison. Yes, we better not work with that prison.
Mr. Ghana is still country. And you're coming Markadina. Because other than say a crown month and conform with say, well, Mr. I can't get a Sikafua. What can we be?
You're more the fact. Now. As I see Papa with the man, you'd be in here. Ghana, Sassi, or the man.
Mr. Penny, no teacher is so pension. May say, well, this is a bit extra dear what have them before the two hours. Now, since I think a Royal special, and then in your Burma, your back your coachino, everyone was say, they show you now, almost there.
Oh, wow.
Emma, Nibredia, I was had a branding yet.
And a bema, I say what Japa dear. I read him cool saying.
Oh, what more GBBR? What GBBR? A man, the Udin Papachi, whatever. No, I don't mean whatever. Mr. Royce, see, one building, what the Barco, and yet, the money also. Because I'm Kawaii, sir. So look, said any could go TVC.
Okay.
It's over 3 years. I mean, almost a year, the man or the torso. Tayasa, and Carori, and I believe the Kobeku.
Some Kobeku.
Mammy, yes, Mammy, we saw the petition, Mammy, Toya, the source, if you know. Now, so Carol is here. What is some Mammy Brown for water, if you know? Or Baggy. Every summer say Kunaka home. It will all a message than a Tony Kata or Kananum, none of Papa Udini.
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Period. If Papa Udini, period. Baby, if Papa Pope or your bishop, where Udini, I say a cancer here.
Yeah. You mean you could
Papa Udini.
I was saying me, you couldn't.
Papa Udini.
Yeah.
Papa Westy or Bobby, which you say, as how a year for the PNDC, AFRC, NDC follow. What would ye and another the Fuma?
Yeah.
Because I say Ghana for and then Miss Anyway, you could Mammy be the best a year or exams. Yes, what be chess can be 500 Ghana
550.
And I'm saying, 1,000 crowd can say, or 1,000. Who's to be sorry, cancer, me come over with Papa Juma. A first allowance, I just here to my way. A GB for.
And the more
no can't go away. Yeah, wow. Yeah, the other day, me were friends, it was soon be a baton. You better this talk with you.
Giant coupon by Frey. Aye.
Yes. Now, who to Ghana will say that we have a trouble will be our other dada or pain. I will come allow us to move. As you will be background one, but to may say, a memo will be free, memo will be conquering, Lemuji.
Aye.
And when I was so good one, what couscous were giving.
Educated fools from Modos Ghana.
Oh. Mr. Ghana for the Black School. No one Jimmy papa. What we call the enquest for?
Yeah.
Who nurse near who will be a trouble? I'm of your best for amount. Who is a new be a trouble? I'm of your best for amount. What say, Alawano, the cat, say, let's say, what will be trouble.
Yeah, so far,
a Joe, or San Cabium.
Aye, Kofagaranta Brana Mobosia. Now will be
Mr. Mammy Backford, we will before this side, Joyce Power with one wine.
Aye.
Overcast what they were gonna say.
That's all in a cousin, or no, and no, one and
Me tear the cast every part of the year already and go papa say, Ghana for yet to look away fan. Moon got to send offer to be body team couldn't talk because think of a young Ghana. Because anything for no, the Brenya Ghana for
Dabi. Titi Bremu in a year.
It's only Ghana who dog.
Dabi.
The Brenya Ghana put only Ghana for one dog. What we say, as I'm George, you said I say, and the moment say,
Alatani Bapa Pio. Aye, Eurobani Pa.
Yes, because nothing, no, me papa, me crew, from. What we call it to nothing. You to nothing, baby. It's a deep walk. Now, Boko Buzia, over from. So what is so big and can your friend more quiet another natia? This we have because your first say thank you say no what test for no only now from majority. It can you catch also your friend natia that's if from. It is subject will be sure say yes so for Nigeria buy no non-engineers subject. Actually, last week, no, very interesting. Anyone did not see the count.
I say, no person may Ghana. Also, Ghana, the and Shedan to do Abrofudini, Yen to Gabrofudini. I'm a come up, bro, by yeah, this one, yeah, ID card, among Ghana. Aye. To be at
or the ID card by ya, a cool free Burkina Faso, who free Niger, who free one, because we are gonna need
a money a year.
What in the drop shall say because we are French near to us and now we Italian.
Hey,
I will process the over from us and what you are by Italian near another French name. Eti, Tadia no kwa coming for why you need well, we fought why
Davida.
Well, family that's why.
Medals also that the Mobimra. Yankopon cow. Okay, of course. Bye offer. Yes. You are opinion of Akuno 19 and Kano. Evans and Kamakofi, Mimi and Wakwaba. She na born a cosi say, I match Ben or her, Real Madrid and answer Manchester United. Aye, and I'm Man City now here. Evans, Nipa, Chanu Weso, Utia, one can say, Utia, you can say every month be a Mimia Evans. I join RAZ Media family. Bosumi be a talk of Mamenum. One sono when you went to me by joining the RAZ family membership community. No, yes. Now, what modern. Now I support RAZ Media. I €1, $1, $2, $5. But me decided the person join membership. But so me be now support RAZ Media. Oh, can be so kakra. Aye. Entiemi Ivan Sankama. The first person or subscribe. Yeah. Also no bet to me. I join it. When we said the or trade ni dia or trade comment ya. Na aso green no. Say. Wa joining membership was me biano, o jam coins kakra. Into one so a Juma may and so in a year feno. One so to me join it. Now I day. Now I support to me kakra. Oh, channel way so. We are medase. I say Real Madrid. Now someone we here. What especially yeah, but Champions League. I'm gonna say mun lose that. Hala Real Madrid. More in here, dear Mimia. I never even saw Real Madrid in your but good team in any case. Yeah. Yeah. I was here. I won't subscribe. Yes, I so subscribe. Now I like the video. No, so I'm near Koya name. I jam my kwaba.
Yeah, Mr. Mapo.
Panini.
AFRIFA.
Nyame ma fifa comment to you no.
Na didi kai.
Metio.
Yamin chiraw.
Medase. Amen.
Na no kuro no wa faso obeka no.
Aha.
Show wa match. Bastadu wa anya de wo choko tompoda.
Dabi. Meni adachi.
Bastadu wa na no kuro no wa fa no. Pa no kuro no sa afako.
Amen.
Because Bastadu wa this is the first time another and now actually last week on the phone number say Metro.
Ah, okay.
Na my the Mapola and Subi.
Yeah.
I'm also contribute.
Yeah. You're welcome.
What's the work at the end of credit?
Medase.
The role is the piano. Me pa no manyini.
Oh, okay.
Me pa Rollins. Mfini joso.
Aha.
Good to show the past. Who you should be also in pasta. Obaka joso in pasta. Ya popular pa.
Ewo joso.
The Rollins no. I just told you who you should be also who be a pen pasta. I see. Who you should near. Who said who be a pen pasta. Obaka mas much wrong. Na asana samitana bebano.
Yes.
Rollins not drive ya boache.
Okay.
Evans masaya boache. Only training Rollins. Na nani papati I just so achiramade.
Okay.
So
yeah, me too.
Ya boache.
I say, you don't come was see your tea as well be radio nurses so, and that's what be a TV nurses so. And tea something. Hello. I'm a tonka, pa.
Okay. No one Davia Boachi. Some not Sapani. But natural, my one, you could judge that town. You never pay teacher any, or headmaster or co pension. What are there?
Yeah.
And was heard by a man by Evans Masha. The Fennec of nobody decatla. What you say?
Yes.
But Rollins didn't know just the Rollins bow by or the come and here and here who ya. What you say? A come a who ya and any breath against us after 4. They don't know the beauty to create on the movie.
Wow. Yes.
Baby, what like my vagina, your friend saying, or vagina friend saying, Bon, you can say, and yes, or yes, Antony. What like my Rollins?
Mamma Necasa.
Mamma Necasa, look close vagina, Master Sports Stadium, make us much on that. Master Sports Stadium. As I'm taking it to Obi. As I'm taking it, Opoquale. And a bumpata him out, blow 10 years.
Mitiopa, as someone can move through your tear.
Bumpata him out. I didn't so my penny what room. They said you are what by dear. Shufat in a war hormone. A good. It's Bomadia so bad day. Bomada so bad day. But Pianaman Cranade, I get my. For what Bumpata him a Cassavier, Pokual Cassavio was to make your investigation.
Yes.
Opokuale, Common Sports Stadium. What you might know, some of us say, will it tell or 10?
As it didn't say.
I said, Kahuro. Nananum Penifomashia, Mepatam can't kill with there. That's on the 4 year Kahoria, Kwashu for Mabaye, let me put a coupon. Midpin and coupon, Hatas will become a man who America continues.
That is a harsh insult. Harsh insult.
Yes, at the bottom. asante fo nyuma o be talk pastor about ka se me nyan papia meka asamna na obey dan
Obenyeska.
Obey compare my MPP.
Wow.
Baki matre. Apia menka. Tata ubagu nyina. Umanya bagu nyina. Your blaster line, Oti River. Nyina bato nyina Ghana Airways. Nyina Bible chama Ghana Airways na Bible 1999 blah.
Hey, 1999 kwa ne Ghana Airways.
No Ghana Airways, Ghana Airways na ba America 1999 up Madiba America blah. Ghana Airways. Blah. Obi ka wala sa someone. Kanaka krona wu bra se no. Ese bia krona ni.
Yeah.
Ese bia krona ni.
Yeah, yes. Krona wu.
Ese krona ni wakumni pa. Wala kumni pa obwa. Ba wakumni pa. Jegisi yaku wo mu yi. Obukumya no bo ma na se yaku no. Chikata. Aye engineer odo chikata. Na obra san wo. Wala se eni bebele yasa wo santam yi. Wala se ko grapa san wo bla. Wala est-ce que comme grapa san wo what you say?
Yeah. What you born?
Est-ce que comme grapa san wo papa ka kiram say wo skanti ya huzo obre. Azuma papa ka kiram no.
Ah, you say.
So skanti no.
Ohe ni interview na me di kan boy de no shata de fufu no tim so to an nsa kure wo so. Ne ho e wo so.
La popo ni ti wo so nya dia de. Ta go no mama bi kan say no ko for di kan ko fa no kure. God and you are your friend saying Switzerland.
Yeah.
Your investigation.
Yes.
The Marco, your investigation. Wouldn't the way? And probably to so no kui. Come to some Cogiano. Who got some Cogiano and Panadia, dear. What I said, come God shop up in Switzerland. The person investigation. What about me? I say, I'm passed over the car once and beer. What I said, about be a cardinal. This account number 48, Mr. Marco. This account number 1 year body for Skasa Otum. What's up beginning 50 beginning now? What for this camano? Marco.
Ma'am, Papa.
I just have to go to the money. Okay, who's on your California here for Beppe? I say, as soon as California here for Beppe, I'm not for the buyer. Then you know, Coscuba, as California here for Beppe.
Aye.
I'm about to go. You know, school back one. And you know, go school. You know, you school. You put and some boy of that there's and now what degree was landing.
Yes.
And that's a new boy.
Yes.
And but man here in Paris can
yeah.
A bit that the whole I sit that. What do you want? But that can afford to get a put him. So, Mr. Mafo. What about that? There's over that California here for weapons. What was that Scandinavian in the back of Mr. Mafo?
You saw no.
What has coming?
Ethiopia.
Oh, at Wallace here. Can the balance of Comcasa? And I go for a more woman for.
Aye.
Na, number Tamafo. I want to make a for shed that.
Dabi. Bombo.
I want to make a shed that. There began Bruni. I started to ask them to be a fun musu.
Yeah.
And the Bassa cry. Goodness, I tell you, Bassa. I come and look for us mobile. Obiat man come and say, I can.
Yeah. And I'm crying, Jimmy for Brim to do Jimmy. Aye.
Oh, the part of the Basso, Papa, the Papa, the Winnay, Yen Papa.
Aye.
So, Yen Papa, Papa, Winnay. What you say? Yen, because running about man cast at the first, running back account for what man creature. What you say? What I can probably go to baby, and I can't put it in your back, because the common cruma, I can't have ready.
Send me Asante West. Bono ya Asante West.
Asante West.
Aye. Wouldn't you history na ukasa?
So who could do what you are? But I do one more. Asante, I know one more.
Aye.
Up to now, I'm not Asante Hipakai. I'm not Bidi for by ever side, not Bidi on from because Rabetra Ghana. What I said, a number so Asante in one moon. O Canina, saying never could come and that. Oh. I'm also tasked to four or come and cut at the back of war. I
come for
so I come for any minister.
I come for your dear home. Your mountain to children.
Sir,
your papa,
your Oh, at the end of the day, who yan in your money bebre. It will open a no say, open my here for this cafe panel. And I can say, hey, or come off working.
Yeah.
Manager. What yet you only watch it down here, tell me, Jai, and tell me, man, do son of me, tell me, Jai. Tell me, Jai, you can't keep the man, a man do son of me. Watch it down, watch it, crackers and penny, watch it down.
Aye.
Watch it down.
I be a kum the kaipa.
Watch it down.
Aye.
I don't know what you call you, don't be your Kurada of Arabaya. I'm not going to cool, I'm not going to cool pay the ground once or CD.
Aye.
Oh, blah. I could move your quality the day I watch it. You're watching a close as you can play. You're watching it, a bash master, you're watching a close as you can play, blah. What is no wooden blah?
Wouldn't you say, pa?
I just by a day. I just by a day. Let us talk about jump with a jump hand over. Or do some defense or not. I jump up him. I was hand over. Hand over, and I heard that you come up your brain. I don't know who let them. I don't what is the table at the TV say. Now suddenly your positive is over here. What's it? Much I didn't like I just about them.
Aye.
The one year and next 2 minutes. What to be that?
Aye, entro. No reason. I can't say no on that dream. No. Or your knife. Aye, not dream. No, your knife. Aye,
I didn't know you know. What who fight for your cool one actual?
Aye.
I'm not about when you're bread. But it's Nippon 9, I can't get about Togo border. So, Okasa story no. Oh, Okasa story no. I didn't about I can't get Dr. Besson. Your investigation about Dr. Besson. Go changing the Pabaku. Oh, Togo border. That's not the Pania bread. You won't get tea. A it's a tree, a cool bag and every matter. That was a year.
1983, come there.
Now, I'm money for the Omian Quasia for Omia Jimmy for number Tiomoka, then a bit Tiomoka blah. Open what was going on a profile of Pamunia and Munabu Libya, and then I get a quatradia. And also, I said, Magogu, a friend, land is Omuko school.
Aye, Papa.
So blah. Now, the Tronomo. Na Mutala Muhammad Muhammad uba job ka sam ko sa mo yar boto chira tay ite bia no bosa ko fa to ba so mo la no mo tiano
some of them intro trust them now
gabi dan pa yo o bi traitor come kuma le traitor come kuma se traitor bra come kuma le traitor come kuma we traitor o mo ba fa o ba ya ba sa bla ba kan ho but what fucking independence in area, blah. What fucking independence in area? The other Cohesia in the blah.
I said, say,
I'm they're going to put the egg in more. Then put the egg in more. I didn't get it done quite fire day. See, agent. How? Was some catuas are on a gun for the jacket. Some catuas are on a gun for the jacket. Blah, Papa. The mission. Let me show the first like Mawano.
Yeah.
I can't open the big tank. Some never throw. The camera for my Kadiakro.
Of course.
But I said,
of course.
Because see how did I say, yeah. Tata Brewe. We are or you would you want to go to Liberia? And that's some good work. That Brewe. Oh, Tony, man, we are also you ever put my you have a page my uncle. Uncle, Manuel.
Monguna, Martin Tonga, the other Tongon Sassy, the Amass for Eddie. Oh, I get your crowd. They can get your crowd, no relative to Johnson Crawford, one woman Crawford. Aye. Some, yet you are some public overseas the Kenya. So, of Africa president. Jimmy, oh, my, was it African president? English for the essay. After the last of common could say, put one with a gun of milk. Not done any history no. What you have the nuclear course for her. A true common who said, second upon a milk, but was also by the pipe. Come on, what again, and here and we are, was always a gun of milk, or by the pipe, a man, I bet milk pipe. As an scan of
80 pounds. 80 pounds. 80 pounds. Black. I don't know how much it was. Pounds. 80 pounds. Pounds na kusi ko togo no. Udi magbedema. Udi magbedema se gbedema ko dungu. Pounds is edin Britain. So udi mus politician fe bedema.
Ah, party din pa.
O ti dia. Bedema. O se gana se ka so e ko to gana pounds na gu yam pe biom. O ti ase pounds no o jiji nyina wiye no kusu ko togo. Bedema ko chino. Bedema su ko e ko tra lande.
Aye.
That's all the politics.
And what Jimmy and all.
I tell about AFRIFA. I don't yet US no more crobble. Yet US. No more crobble. Open a moment now, wait for the 4 minute test. Open a some more MPP. Open that some black, open that someone. We MPP.
I see.
I'll bring you so. So, you see people for the Kanika, who feel Papa Nikaniki, open some of Zobia, open some what? Open some way, Gusuni. Open some what? Where Gusuni? Almost your Papa Nikaniki. Open some what? What's up here? Zato no ako join this. Can you plenty?
Aye.
No more. Onu ko watch the crow. Open a smart chicken crow. I before crow move on. What the crow?
Ah, sir. Interior.
I want to go to the crow one or try. All the people come no ho. I go on no. All the people come. All the people come. The people figure so. So the money we do so. We go for dollars so. Could be a $1 so for no coin. So we go so.
That be just mention and him ho ye pa there. Me ni mati.
Just so we go sini. We go sini. Go to crow. What you say? A twagiso. E go sini go for crow. Do better somewhat. MPP ni, but wait, let and see. I don't jump people go join NDC.
Aye. And the Crown rumors sent Kobabe run it 2008. They rumors. All Kayas and Kobe contested. But up on you, my informs and I'm in for the from. Aye, you be done. Aye,
anytime you are friendly.
Yeah, of course. Your Thank you very much. Amen. Of course. Amen. Bye. Yes, you pastor na etel nkano. Yes. Abusia juma na ye na juma na nka se bone ho dawuro enam se yedi nokure ntino. Ai nokure wo ho na eka. Say the truth to power. Emfa ho se o yam pipi na odi nsemfo ebetwa wachi. O yan disi na odi nsemfo na se na ye de ade papa. Ai ma kan say banchato kokom ai se ma mida. Tam ko akra. Abusia meso se wo hunu ya na wo ye de na like video no mama. Ai. And then so your first time our platform we so meso wa say bomodina na subscribe. Yes. Subscribe channel no so na bo homadina say sabio oye obi adwuma me no so wani nso a obetumi I join RAZ Media membership no na bosumi bia no wa contribute some little pin of coins to support this platform. Me din ya ni Mr. Mafo na me di me nkwe na me di me nkwe agenda Dr. Bawumia 2028 President of the Republic of Ghana 7 January 2029 enentia yete ha ye ni another agenda bia o ye ni another agenda bia Dr. Bawumia ntia yete ha nti adwuma na ye na so mbo na so wani a bo maden se oba be subscribe na oba ka busuakuo no ho se le be ya bere bi e ba life bia no wonso no obeti yanka na oba be ka ye obusua yanko konko tie video we na menye den yemfa mo nsi Mama Christina o sere Bawumia ntia tia o ye ni asem foforo bia ka kire obia ye Dr. Bawumia ntia ye wo ha agenda Dr. Bawumia 2028 enentia ete ha ye ni asem foforo bia ka kire obia ye ni asem foforo bia ka kire obia se Yeah, Dr. Bawumia ntie oha. Papa na oka sempa. Yes, nti abusua hwe video we. Ni nyina na be phone lines no dem. Yes, one student, one tablet, and Dr. Bawumia, can't want them no, a year, Juma. Papa no one nisikano, aye. The other can be an ebum. I was young for time or cobre cop mani ekum kakramani sushi. And I think, say, me the mo ebesiha, now china, ya ba, ababe tuaso. Nancy never kono, yentie video way, na yentuado. Yes.
And he says, unlock.
I was so many. I am Yakakra, like Transimani, so I chanted me, don't be here, Mammy, if you are Dexter Machapa, Mammy Christina, Madame Wasenamobre, Machapa, Ivan Sanka Mamia, Michamunia, Madamunia, Sama Boamena, Yade, Abedu Sampem Pensuwe. We don't be here now, Ochina Sinesia, Tienshan, whom be Manas Ochina. Adios.
Chiefs demand MPs identity.
Mama, me say we call them into me kase me mfa nti masia ba machi.
Kafra why? Na me bo.
Kafra nim kura.
But you say you're going for work. All right then. Okay. Kafra me no work for na kasa.
Okay.
Who are best yet? Work for sia bayan.
Wa
Yo, ebusia for me chia mo, me samafu ye da wate. Yada watie fo nyina so ase ene wahwefo nyina nyame ntura mu nyina sababwa mesamafu de bia onka mu nyina mo mesamafu yenhwe bibi wo hase
nti oye pa
wo de for wani to form to see a Ghana politics on sa quiet to job center.
Yes. Kwamba so tiri mu because mentiase
because to see a Ghana politics a job center one will be a pray because woman say omo krono na yem for mu ko baby. Look at what mu find and ready oye.
Aye.
She krono dudu a obo man no sell kum wo mo. Me na me Mrs. Debbie o ka say sister rolling to do kum ni pod do mu ku helicopter no ko hwi o mo mo. And I'm say me de minim so oba be twa ma ya ase ne ade e ma obo ye ante ekunuma when and so sere enya no nko a o enya no nko na no wo you o ye niema bebre so atiase na ne pa no ene ne ye de oni mu hu bi o
oh bebre kwa so na
ne yire no ne ye ni mu hu bi fi say woman bia no ne me aunt on say etetre no e kom mu bae
bebre kwa.
According to me auntie nua ba ko na me auntie lodum mu e de ba efrifro no mu twa no kotama so no e de bagana e de brom na sister ba ko asemu we na me come pese because e bia no wate no wakai ni pakura meye ayi konkonte yi bi okoye bi e na ye doa no
okay
Yadua no oko nsawam ekokokoda ho. Na ono na na ebe katre me auntie akola na no ne tin ene chen say because 31st woman movement no obi no oye close to Rollins yere no pa.
Okay.
Na onim story bebre efa maame no because maame no onim secret bia nyukum ne ye den. Eye. Na senator no se ko ye obi a enkanya ade a go be ye den.
Obebie na no kura was asa.
Na no e wo public kra ko se ka parliament wo kra no nkeni kwa sa omode ne tena ho.
In fact,
Ena Ghana so no ye timi de boni tentem ntina mahama ehu ye say ye
short
quick
memory
to forget.
Yeah.
Ye was short memory no. But that doesn't mean say you take advantage of innocent one and destroy their life. Now would the woman life any better because Tausha Mukrampona. Almost say, Usha Sadia, we almost Omoya Galamtea, Omoya Yina, a word to them. Oh, Accra, Nazani, ever to Aban.
Yes.
Small boys, young, still someone no more catch Ghana for.
Yeah.
If you want to come to power, may you insult people, say, and son, what power say, Ghana for a more way.
Aye. Ebimuwa
na yeda. But Mr. Mafu, look at in this way, in any other angle. It is true, more because say more Mahama from your president, your current president, when you're the Ghana for.
Yes.
Sikai omu wie bipa because someone we come na fie sano mu die politics no campaign no munya wa hene
obukofa firi he bisabie me
obukofa firi he na enam se ye moa na bi wu a enkosi obi ano yes ye moa na asa de kokromuti eye den
ekoto
aba but me pese me fo wo fidie so na me ka kire moa na omuku Ghana no enyam na me kan yo raf ne kan ye moa na omuku Ghana ne se mo be koso aye moa because moa mo na politicians ne ye den edidie
brebia
moa so na mo fight ma esika cartels no because mo ko ye de mo ko yan kwase ayi a Katefo no mutifio omuma etifie omuma bi eti moa ne bekoso ye moa na ye na bekoso na ye de ekokromoti e de ama politicians see a politics are job center.
Yes, of course.
You want to be rich, job center in Ghana, which means in politics. So person who told na we sika na ye nchewa go to job center in politics in Ghana.
Yes.
Because a cry omo hwehwe adwene mu eka say yen Ghana ye toso nwotwe de se na omo kunye
an omo pra yem pa e serious
and and kura po ya ye to abawie ye na according to statistics ye can say profo
Ghana statistics board
yes ye de abastet
oi an omo pra yen kura yawu
yes ye de abansia
yawu
so what you say let just say kakra bi na omadwene mu odu ekrampo ne yenya nsia no ye be hu ane ye nenam enan eti ekura onipa ntumi ndwene na ne ti na siso no esisu koto ama redie no ye den ebre ede bia hwe Rollins yi a eno aba bia wo bo ye eno ma repeat show masare bi shebe bia na wo bo na wo ka say hey. What are you holding? So, are you stupid? Look, listen. It is a slave master all control black. Now, what was that? A sombo. And the young and the young Jimmy Foreman this for so many years. But still, we are still a fool to them.
Yeah.
And omode momo hu aye ye say tam. Who is Okujato Abrokwa?
Man.
Who is Okujato Abrokwa? Who he is? Onye Obia. sika any power and ama Okudato abeyi Okudato na ye go deep down a Okudato onye adwuma wo ba biada nensa anka bibiada sweat ya friend sweat or sweat wiye sika wo policy but on sweating with one wisdom and one knowledge and education in the degree of boy. And no one will depend at the risk. Sam George, the arrogant man.
Stupid fool.
Nigeria Eco University, a full flight every week be out for the hotel.
10 times a month. Hey.
Let me be catching yes, ne yere ne hwe no. Hey, Ghana for
industrious woman.
Yajimi o ye tentebe. Ya so jimi for the and this won't be that. And until no much tita for the bia ni o ma pintem akontiba. And then second because uko the wisdom dictionary mu wo Ghana and this for na uncle school.
Yeah, baby.
Omo no buko school no omo ne Okudata brokwa no ne ye papa president Mahama ono kwampo ni degree no anu ba bia
bra obre ya sansen ka degree
so what you say na mo toma drintim samafo ebe ye Nyankopon adom ene ne wisdom ne intervention ene be talk super egu Ghana for so. Amasa etire na yentumi mfa nwene no. Obaboa yen. Ama yetumi yi and this free ya brabo. But without that, Mr. Mafo, Ghana enko nanim.
Umemo mpaye ma ye ho na.
Ghana enko nanim free say ya o ma be so abai. A o yenim ba bi o mo de Ghana e be ko within 4 years we.
Yes. Eno so na ye.
Na yasa
ye nipa iso atiasi ma odi nsamfun.
Yes. Or wadane no who clearly agency or ye koi. She akofa consultati amoa akoto ye banga no. She MPP aban ba she bra wo mo bra ye no mo sabehia COVID. Up to now, Mr. Mafo, ye ti ene adwuma ene na na ye topic. April we ya ye ban. Ye nim ye tax a year omode ba. Because omoye no twice in a year. April na me say November to say.
Yeah.
To October. Ye nim this year ye nim the omode braye. It will be a topic word. What is the new tax year coming? What you say?
Yeah.
Obi a UK ayat the last month and omuka say if omu not sure say inflation e be back up right now.
Wow.
Mortgage upasa wo todanya as the first part not to be 5,000 to meet deposit mortgage and now we a first buyer when in number 20 to 30,000.
Wow.
Yeah. I was so when you star amount now the deposit. We talk of age. Now ya bomb me way there. There's still deposit and then 50,000 and 40,000. Yes, Mr. Mafo. Yes. So what I say? There's a wounded diners out the own higher band. I'll be bad there now to that can don't come. Now would be a free and wako.
Would be a scary ache.
I'm
for so be any so. That high party was a sumo all the way.
I was a sumo. Now, you're penning for Adane politics as a job center. You're forward. Why I buy the opportunity? Poor Mobru. It's not make us say all your job center.
I saw people will be
because or be out in the frustration, eco politics or pep politics. MPP for it's so unique.
Yes.
Because MPP Nino, or no when the people crack to Tanasan over John the policy. And this Okudata blocker or buy over Fumiano. So what you say? It's MPP for the Ebia Kakrabi, but apart from that, and your minister. End this for Omuna Bibia, Omu Pedman, they wait for politics, Omu trying Emma, a job center honor. first batch free one, second batch here the echo. It's Juma or Mudi Ghana no.
Pacho na one to say na NDC for TV journalist to be or more TM say I'm from more Juma. One thing.
Me so what you say? It's no the see and journalist for no so near so no more promote. Or more contribute to ama a chrono senke.
Yeah.
Captain Smart was starting in Kikamunibio.
And I'm so say nano, but when Yanko Yanko.
Obia, 1 year, Aquana, the consolated phone. A year or few drew. So I must start new monkey come. So what I said, we are saying, what's the what to honest obey a Pessamin Cumyano, and then Nama, and then some who say, I'm a NDC for. Into me and woman. Say, see, you can't say, or the oral details not from Mahama.
Mamma.
I know Facebook one red.
I am true, I as a may have
I'm the cover or my United President say, or you'll be or you're the most truthful person. The oral investigation, it has to come from his house.
Yes.
Onua kasana onua pemuna president na it has to come from him. And sana yes ni domso. So what you say? But enam say nukre ni o mani mu no na ye hodu obia accountable no. Obia be ye de ope. No ko. E kroni da ho et say pancake e da frampan so obia to me be so frampan said your PBR without making an inch. So what the person is trying to say? And no, Emma, Ama, ye man, every or money the whole home, but a woman is so or money mono. No woman into means so. Jinyame, a bem. Na me a jig diaspora phone in our say. See a person who toy your Ghana, yen na yen fire put to drink any night. Your compire, you be my Ghana for. Near Bobby ma on mine. And yes, I will farm or be a year say that your man Mubajo. Now, Barbara, Uber to your coffee, and I'll bark of bra, Uber to your coffee, and Quacotano. That is my wish. But to be wish the meaning to be a while of the Pessoa. But my wish is say in future, me call retirement and send me coffee. In Pessamet no Kruma, to me any nan cambo. Nian set Yame and Shira, and in super and Tomu Ghana so. The sound of full way ya. O my bed you or man dear. O my dana one some for. One should ya you be baby the wako.
I have one some wako. You be
yeah, Raddy. You have one some old wako. Timpany for Muko to join moi. Ya bompire, Munkai Ghana, a womp pipe. Ghana nyamwa because you were trade for you were journalists for you were TV presenters for omuntu me da bia omupe news aka nsekuro
someone who so
omuntu me forgery news
omunya research nso
dabi
omucha bloggers
bebre omanu atinti no omusi konso nimu keke research say e be hwehwem the ebisa say is it true way ya nokre ana we nya nokre no omo nhwehwe omo dia ne say omo kofu obi abetena ono omo toto na no so what you say guy ya we start say na we body tape ya na on journalist ni na okasa yi question ya no obu bisa say then I will say who betis or writing was the dear ben
yeah
and then I would decline that should know decline boy
yeah I'm peeping in mine or call
yes oh that guy na no nya dinia in journalist
I will bo afan so
obe question the question bebre say na ya na join it for any TV3 ni UTV for mu di MPP for no
yeah
because the MPP ni wo ko no wa ma wa no anya dina but and some bebre MPP for be ka no eya no kre mu sa new casters for we no wonu say asam na and this ni kan Only what must and some of Baba Moku as some no one more than Chinamako at the Agu, then this people in the dear, or bar or your victim or
I say you're trying to wash here.
so what you say. And then I make me some a part to say, a host TV station will mono. Why you and me animal more free? I want your mother to go away.
Almost a national platform when a man for Betty or Moho on Betty or Mohoasem.
And you know that's so
Aye. So when him say, but I say, I'm people for no month, I do a bit more fun, never be serious. Sa 2024 election I got 2 years. A man for social media serious. So,
a man for social media serious. I need TikTok for but push more social media for. And the master of the mom.
Yes, of course.
More bloggers, more homophobia, SK, and you Philistapia, and you TikTok for boys. One MPP. More and I'm a or more mobile media, and so you want to me more. One will be
when you know more your money.
Or when you know, Tom on a bit a post. A bit echo. Are you acquire Randy Abbey?
Aye. You're not going to a Ghana cocoa board.
And I know you were to be what tacky or must be. So, what the person I know for
I say on him the oil.
So, now what nasty to me near and pro at the 2 of Bissua. Hey, they said that she a young worker trio, Mr. Murphy. Yes, on I made the better walk and near me be better, but in the judgment day, no, on fan chow. Because what the care can Bible say. Your name is a dear way upon no good to a warrior 1 day. On Fancho. It's a omonia or more, no moon to a mopa, no moon cock, no mopa would be.
Yeah.
And if a chrono on 20 pound fence out, the one I'll be whom did. There are more rollings to come woman, a mouth, ye will go to say a bin and net to our no workers.
Aye. Would you follow you?
Aye. The NATO, I am not look a big, all money passion quite. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
Sa a din way and free musus thou, who was the NATO, mammy and son from our. They will, in future, they will be told.
Yeah, they will be suffer from that name.
Grandchildren of the murderer.
Yeah.
So, I done a alamu. You can't move to me why in free. So, what I say, near back Canada, Japan. So, Canada, Japan. On penny baby, Nani near rough now. The Jimmy said, Abetie.
Or so a lawyer.
I saw Oyale. I saw not Jumu Canon. Uncle law firm and famano. And yet, fair na all but politics, no be pet a year day, post to the amano. MPP, what go moving dada? What's there, one dada? And your news, and some I won't know must say I will come for Bawumia and Yaki. And your news, and your news to farm will be a what the can stand on Sunday about 2024 abano. So what I say, it's when your news and farm my. The award now of Pastor Ghana move for Bawumia Baya. A graduate Samafu. Yea, Ghana for my jam. My amu, much dear papa. Much dear. Nkane, Kamutua, and one dear wound to me. Yes, a jomo for Yantomo.
I'm yes. No interview could have come for some more betterment to me. I'm one in it.
And near ma. Nana to swan almost on the board, and you say, I quadruple. A sister to 4 woman to me a day.
Yeah. Now, come
on. I caught you bet your best school fees. I am just yet. Some
yeah.
Mama Christiana wouldn't have any true Musa Tanka.
Aye.
At that damn to school, no. And yet at the park, Mamma Conomo did no more just no more than the Christiana wouldn't you come and one did your musco. You treat your muco.
I'm on Musaka Moshefa.
You and I'm also a mutiway, Muko school fees. That would be best answer. Yes, 20 and no woman to couple. Ya Munshia Nyansa Kakra, Ghana for. Namumia Jimin at the NDC MPP for what, Jenny? At 2. Not Jenny, a wood dear dancing, Obama will and over a dancing and move forward. Pure water and another one, I must say 50 pesos. The CIA still costro. You better to come, car, whatever, you better to transport, you better to. As Nanado, any doctor like Mahmoud Bawumia, any MPP about what, and can we abram more pro? They say what you yammy there. Yeah, Papa John, for so, why,
yes,
Kajagu,
Mame. Okay, what do you have, Mama? Bye. Papa Kajagum, Nagana for the Omo Pedono. Papa Kajagum, Abusian for Breko, the Mobesia. Now, China, Yasaya to us. Adios.
The Anto Duko Council has petitioned the Speaker of Parliament to identify the Member of Parliament who allegedly made a disparaging remark against Honorable Senator Agyapong Rawlings during the ministerial approval session on February 4, 2025. Now, in a statement signed by Togbi Agbesi Awusu III, Awadada of Anglo Duko, the council expressed outrage over the comment reportedly directed at Dr. Agyapong Rawlings, referring to her as the daughter of a murderer. The alleged outburst occurred amid heated exchanges in Parliament during the approval of Honorable Sabolo Kujeto Ablakwa. Now, the statement noted that earlier speculation pointed to Honorable Abu Jinapo, MP for Damongu, and Honorable Nana Kwame Asafoje, MP for Bosome Freho. However, both lawmakers have denied making the remark. Togbi Sri III, the overlord of Anglo, and the chiefs of the council have called for a swift investigation, demanding that the Speaker of Parliament reveals the identity of the MP responsible by February 10, 2025. And it is February 10, 4 days from now, or else ... They emphasize that identifying the individual would guide their next course of action. My brother, my sister, the person who called Senator the daughter of a murderer, was he right or wrong? My brother, my sister, in the days of Rawlings, we suffered terror. Those of you who were not yet born in 1979, we saw horror in this country. People were abducted and killed summarily. We saw judges abducted and set ablaze. My brother, my sister, the mystery of which, my brother, my sister, is still pending in the clouds. Rawlings denied involvement, yet it happened in his regime. In the regime of Rawlings, we saw women in Kajetia market stripped naked and whipped in their vaginas. We saw people abducted and taken to the Gonda barracks and some other such barracks and shaved with blunt instruments and blades. We saw, my brother, my sister, people who were carried away and beaten, most of whom we were told were dead, and carried all the way to the morgue at 37. One of them finally survived. He went on to move into exile and later came back into this country to become a minister of energy. Do we all remember this person? It was all in the days of Rawlings. Can we run away from the heinous crimes of Rawlings in his regime? From 1979, the several murders and bloodshed. And even at the time, Ghanaians were asking Rawlings to let more blood flow. How do you let blood flow when you don't murder people? Rawlings was a murderer. It's the truth. What are you running away from? So when people die, when murderers die, they all of a sudden become saints? Is that what you are saying? Because we live in a country where Atayi all of a sudden will become Saint Atayi because he's dead. Say no bad thing about the dead. That is your motto. Until we start to shame the dead, like they did in Belgium when Leopold II died and they threw his dead body right in the middle of the street for people to hoot at and spit at. My brother, my sister, crime and foolishness will never ever stop in this country. Rawlings was a murderer, my brother. When the elections came, listen attentively and listen, people were killed in the reign of Nana Akufo-Addo. What did we say? That Nana Akufo-Addo murdered some people during the elections. Mahama says when he comes into power, he would institute an investigation into it, and he started already. My brother, my sister, who do we say killed the people? They said Nana Akufo-Addo did because it was his regime. Rawlings was a soldier who went into a bloody coup d'etat. Bloody coup d'etat, shot and killed many in order to gain power. Should we give him a bouquet of flowers for the coup d'etat that saw the lives of many? Have we so soon forgotten our history? The bloodiest coup d'etat that ever happened in this nation was instituted by Rawlings. He killed many in order to become leader of this nation. Is that not a murderer? So I am wondering why there's so much noise, and the coward MP who also mentioned it and cannot own up and come out and say, hey, I said it and these are my reasons for saying that. That is the most cowardly, more cowardly than Bawumia. If I had the opportunity to stand before these chiefs, I will honorably ask them to tell me how you would define or call a man who murdered many in order to become leader, in whose regime innocent judges were carried out, including a woman killed and set ablaze at Bondazi. Why can't we speak the truth anymore? What is wrong with us? Zenator is the daughter of a murderer. That is correct. But does that make her a murderess? No. She cannot inherit the crimes of her father. Do we understand that? But that does not mean she is not a daughter of a murderer. She is. Let us call a spade a spade. Should we call Zenator the daughter of a pastor or the daughter of a reverend or the daughter of a saint? No. We saw the bloodiest violence in this country in the reign of Rawlings. Many people went down the drain. In my days as a little boy, anytime Rawlings' name was mentioned, we all ran under the bed. I was only 5 at the time Rawlings took over power in 1979. My brother, my sister, we have seen so much bloodshed in this country, all in the days of Rawlings. And today, if his children are being described as the children of a murderer, and we are crying, Anglo chiefs are all coming out, they want to know that these are disparaging remarks. What is disparaging about a murderer whose children are called the daughters and sons of murderers? Do you think that they would ever call the daughter or the sons of Kwame Nkrumah sons and a daughter of murderer? A murderer? Will they ever say that? No, because Nkrumah murdered nobody. In the days of Kwame Nkrumah, there was nothing like capital punishment ever endorsed by Kwame Nkrumah. They rather attempted to kill him several times. But even with that, he was still very tactful and level-headed. He never ordered the pulling of a trigger. In the days of Rawlings, the gun was the master. Soldiers were gods and demigods. When we saw soldiers on the streets, we ran. Some of you are so young, you do not understand what it was in 1979 and all the way after 79. We saw blood I saw blood. I saw people shaved and beaten to pulp. You dared not say anything against Rawlings. Yes, thankfully, Rawlings also paved the way for democracy. But that does not erase the fact that he was a murderer.